Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Wednesday, February 15th, 2017. The hearing board is meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. Time is 9:02 a.m. We have a change to the calendar this morning. S&S Service Station, Inc., doing business as Freeway Chevron, case 5288-2 has been taken off calendar. We have one item to consider, and that is SCAQMD versus Torrance Refining Company, LLC, case 6060-5, a petition for an order for abatement. Who's representing the executive officer this morning?
Good morning, Daphne Sue on behalf of the executive officer.
Karen Manwaring on behalf of the executive officer.
Thank you. And representing the respondent?
Good morning, Chair and the Board. I'm Mike McDonough. I'm representing Torrance Refinery.
Thank you. Those who will be testifying this morning, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. First of all, I'd like, for those of you who are not familiar with the hearing board, I'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Edward Camarena. I'm the chairman of the hearing board. To my left is Ms. Julie Prusak, a legal member of the board, and to her left is former State Senator Nate Holden. To my right is the former vice chair of this board, Ms. Patricia Bird, and to her right is Dr. Roger Lerner. Want to emphasize for those who are not familiar with the board that this board is not part of the Air Quality District. We are a separate independent body set up by under state law. Give you a little bit of heads up on the process we're going to follow today. We will be hearing opening statements from the parties, after which I will allow any elected official or representative of a government agency to speak if they wish to do so at that time. Then we'll proceed to the hearing of the evidence from the district and then from the respondent, Torrance Refining. Ms. Prusak, did you wish to add anything?
I don't think so at this time, Chairman. If you wanted me to address the public at a certain point before they speak, I'm happy to do so.
Yes, I will. Let's see. Those members of the public who do wish to testify today, we have these public witness requests to speak cards. Please pick one up at the back there and hand it to fill it out, hand it to the clerk. Okay. With that, we'll start with the opening statement from the petitioning district.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. We're here today seeking a stipulated order for abatement. The proposed order before you is intended to improve electrical reliability at the refinery. Improvements to electrical reliability will reduce the potential for unplanned flaring that can result in a public nuisance. The order as proposed will, 1, ensure that the district is sufficiently informed to evaluate a long-term proposal known as the 220 kilowatt proposal put forth by Torrance Refining Company, LLC, the respondent, and Southern California Edison, who is not a party to this case. And 2, it will enable the parties to identify and implement additional improvements at the refinery to improve electrical reliability. On October 11, 2016, a power outage by Southern California Edison led to a shutdown of refinery processes. As a safety measure, the Torrance Refinery flared excess gases over the course of at least 2 days. It was the third power interruption followed by flaring at the Torrance Refinery in 2016, and the second one since the Torrance Refining Company took over operations. For about 30 minutes on October 11th, the city of Torrance ordered its residents to stay inside to shelter in place. Streets near the refinery were blocked to traffic on that day, and the district received 67 complaints regarding the Torrance Refinery. People complain about the smoke, the odor, and health issues. Given these circumstances, the district issued a notice of violation for nuisance. Since the extended flaring event in October, Edison and the Torrance Refining Company LLC have worked together diligently to improve the reliability of the power supply to the Torrance refinery. The proposed 220 kilovolt service is a major undertaking, and under the proposed order, the Torrance Refining Company will continue to provide additional information on this promising proposal to the district. In addition, the company will have a plan to communicate regarding this proposal to the public. As Edison and the Torrance Refining Company continue to make progress on this 220 kV service, in addition to this, the order requires three main actions by the company. One, evaluate its safety critical devices to ensure that they have appropriate battery backup, known as an uninterruptible power supply. Two, evaluate its critical utility systems and upgrade them if necessary. This includes evaluating their steam systems, which helps ensure that the flare system operates correctly and in a safe manner. And three, provide refresher training regarding power loss procedures and perform a drill simulating a site-wide power outage. We believe that these actions collectively will decrease the likelihood of an event like the one on October 11th from happening again.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. We're happy to join with the district in recommending the approval of the plan in the stipulated abatement order today. As you heard from Ms. Zhu, what we're presenting today represents the culmination of months of work, teamwork involving the refinery, the district, and Southern California Edison. And what we've come up with is an ambitious plan, as you will hear, that dramatically reduces electricity reliability to the refinery, and, as you heard from Ms. Zhu, should substantially reduce episodes of flaring that would be associated with these Edison outages. The parties believe this is going to be a significant benefit not only to the refinery and the district, but to the community. As you're going to hear in the testimony, Edison will build dedicated lines of power to the refinery. What that means is that Edison can isolate the refinery's electrical system from the system that serves the local community, so that outages on one system do not affect the other system. These new lines will also be underground, and thus they'll be protected from the weather and other outside factors that could cause an outage. And the new dedicated lines will have multiple layers of redundancy, so even if one line experiences an issue, Edison can still continue supplying power to the refinery through the other lines. And again, the refinery can avoid an outage. The work, as you'll hear, will also involve building a dedicated switching station and a dedicated substation to deliver power from the new lines into the refinery. That will allow the refinery to bypass the La Fresa substation entirely, and possibly even allow Edison to remove the 66 kV overhead power lines that connect La Fresa to the refinery. We think that would be a substantial benefit for the community as well. In addition to all of that infrastructure work I described, the order also sets up a process, as you heard from Ms. Zhu, for TORC to evaluate its internal power management and uninterruptible power systems and find additional beneficial and cost-effective enhancements that will allow the refinery to maintain operation for a longer period of time through these outages, and revise its procedures and training to take advantage of the new infrastructure that's going to be built. Again, I'd like to emphasize this has been an unprecedented cooperative effort between the district, the refinery, and Edison. We appreciate everybody's cooperation. We feel like this plan is the right plan. Right now, it will be a significant improvement to power reliability to the refinery. And greater power reliability means fewer outages. And far fewer outages means far less flaring. We believe that's a significant benefit to the district. Obviously, it will be to the refinery, to Edison, but maybe most importantly, a huge benefit for the environment and the public. And we request that you grant the order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. I'm now going to call three public witnesses. The first will be the Mayor, Patrick Fury, Mayor of the City of Torrance. Each of you, as you come up to testify, please state your name, spell it, and indicate for our audio record that whether or not you took the oath.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Patrick Fury. I'm the mayor of the City of Torrance. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members, for allowing me a few moments to speak today. The power outages last fall that caused flaring events at the Torrance Refining Company made us aware of the power supply issues within our city. We're keenly aware of the concerns of our community, and we share many of those concerns. With the safety of our community in mind, we initiated monthly meetings with Southern California Edison and the Torrance Refining Company to discuss how to resolve power supply issues in the long and short term. In fact, just days after the last outage, we met with Mr. Ron Nichols and several members of his staff from Southern California Edison to discuss this very issue. Our goal is to minimize and prevent flaring that cause a nuisance and a fear in our community, and ultimately provide a dedicated power supply to the Torrance Refinery. And the city will continue to meet with Southern California Edison and the Torrance Refining Company monthly to keep dialogue moving towards a resolution. In addition, to promote transparency within our community, we have quarterly updates at our council meetings. In fact, one will be coming up on February 28th. We also plan to help expedite the permit processes and to tackle any land use issues that are also a problem with this. And our goal is for the safety of our residents, our businesses, community, our visitors, and surrounding communities. So thank you for allowing me an opportunity to address this issue, and rest assured that the Office of the Mayor, the City Council, and all Torrance City staff are always available to assist you, your staff, Southern California Edison, and the Torrance Refining Company to meet our united goal of a safe, vibrant community. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Yes, perhaps Ms. Sue might have a question. Mr. McDonough,
No questions from us.
board members? Ms. Prusak, and then Senator.
I was just wondering, have you had an opportunity to review the stipulated order for abatement that we're reviewing this morning?
Yes, I did.
And is that something that you are in favor of?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so in the particulars, in terms of allowing the refinery to continue to operate and to work with Southern California Edison and to put in what we've heard, the infrastructure to have its own power supply and do the review on the time frame that is suggested?
We were actually looking for resolutions or specific ways that Southern California Edison could provide the power directly. And we're very pleased when I met with representatives of the Torrance Refining Company just last week, or 2 weeks ago, actually, when they explained their process. And we very much approve of that. And the transparency and the communications back and forth with them it's demonstratively different than the prior owners of the refinery.
Thank you.
Senator?
2.5 years, Senator.
And what was your position before you became the mayor?
Council member,
How long were you a council member?
6 years.
6, so that's 8.5 years.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you noticed any flaring or breakdown during your previous time of service as an elected official?
And as a resident of 30 years.
And as a resident?
Yes, through the years, and one of the interesting things is, and the Torrance Refining Company knows this, my house is 14 doors from the refinery. So I used to say that when they would let me know with a text message that there's a flaring incident, I would know about it before I received the text message because I could see it from my back yard. But yes, over the years, there's been numerous flaring incidents throughout the community.
Did you say you meet quarterly to discuss,
Yes, sir.
or more often than quarterly?
Well, we meet with the Torrance Refining Company and Southern California Edison on a monthly basis, but we actually have a workshop for our community to let them know what's happening at the refinery on a quarterly basis, because we think they need to have the information of what's occurring.
Absolutely. The citizens of your community, do they participate?
Oh, yes.
To share their concerns with you?
Yes, they do. On a regular basis, I receive lots of emails, telephone calls, and text messages.
And Tone K. Chung take issue with what you're saying. They're saying maintenance, they think, is a problem, number one. I'm sure you've seen this. And number two is that you should have a redundant system if the power should fail. If you talk to Torrance about having a backup system,
We've talked about it, but it's way beyond my pay scale to understand the ability to be able to provide that. I believe by putting in the additional 230 line that comes in there does provide a measure of redundancy that I think will, according to everything I've read, would alleviate the problems with the flaring.
Now, you've been living there 30-plus years, and you've had flares and breakdowns previously,
Yes, sir.
okay? And during all these 30 years, nobody talked about a redundant system. We use that in the aerospace industry, complex system.
I'm amazed that it had never occurred. I was shocked when I found out that they just had the 66 gig line in there when a 230 would have been appropriate. It was never raised by any agency or obviously Southern Cal Edison, the previous owners of the refinery, and it's been there for 88 years. So we were kind of surprised about that as well.
During your discussion with the refinery in the future, would you suggest they should have a redundant system? If not, why not?
I think that's an appropriate question, an appropriate inquiry.
In order to satisfy your constituents, that may be the case. So you're satisfied with the proposal and the stipulated order abatement?
I think it alleviates a lot of the problems that brought forth those flarings that were power-related. My understanding, and I was educated by the refinery as well as Southern Cal Edison, is that just a short power outage, something that we as a resident wouldn't even notice because it's just a quick thing, actually shuts down some of their equipment. The longer one that occurred on the third power outage in October, that shut down the entire refinery, and that's why the flaring was so demonstrative. It was really it was probably one of the largest flarings I've ever seen there, and I recognize that a flaring is a safety valve. It's something that goes off, and we have to educate the community that that is not a bad thing. Obviously, it was a bad reason that it happened because something occurred, but the safety measure is much better than what could occur if they didn't have the flaring system, as you guys know.
Did Edison ever held accountable? Did you ever ask them the question? Is it why they have the power shortage?
Oh, yeah, and we had that meeting, and that's when we found out from Southern California Edison that it was actually their fault. A Mylar balloon one time. The second time was dust particles and a high concentration of moisture in the air that morning. And the third time was actually mechanical error. They were doing some repair work on the fresh gas system, and when they did that, apparently one of the wires was not connected appropriately.
Who was doing the repair work?
Southern Cal Edison.
Okay. And so in your 30 years of living experience and being an elected official, just 3 times that they had a breakdown.
Oh, no.
Oh, more?
Over the years, it's hard to quantify it, Senator. Sometimes they would occur, and we're talking a 30-year period of time. Once in a month, maybe twice a month. Sometimes when they were doing turnarounds, when they would start up again, and I really wouldn't be able to quantify the number of times, but it's well in excess. In 30 years, probably 50 to 100 times there's been flaring incidents.
Well, I've known of public officials who've been complaining about that refinery. Have they talked to you about it at all?
Public officials meaning?
Elected official, congressman from
Oh, yes. I've spoken to Congresswoman Waters and Congressman Liu numerous times, their staff as well as our Assembly member, Mr. Mersucci, and our senators, Ben Allen, as well as the newly elected Steve Bradford. We're all very much aware of it, and we speak on a regular basis about it.
Even though they represent they are representative on a higher level, local people are the ones going to fix the problem. That's in your.
Well, that's what I think the community thinks. They think that I can sign an executive order, if you will. But I think we have to defer to you folks and your staff because of the expertise that you have, the expertise of Cal OSHA, the EPA, California EPA, the Chemical Safety Board. There is a plethora of experts who I consider much more so than we. We have a fire department. It's a Class 1 fire department, and they are in that refinery on a weekly basis, sometimes bi-weekly, 2 times a week, looking at the safety measures that they have on board there. But, electricity, I know about you guys, but, to me, it's a miracle that I turn a switch on and the electric comes on. This last outage in October really demonstrated really the grid issues, because Torrance was really not affected by the outage. The refinery was, but the blackout went from Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, all the way up to some of my friends in Englewood, lost power. Yet the city of Torrance was not affected by it. So it's whatever this grid work was, and as I mentioned before, this is way beyond my pay scale to understand electricity.
It's within your pay scale as an elected official to follow the law, the state legislature and saying, no, you should not emit pollutants into the air, our atmosphere, and that we should always protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And so therefore, that's a guideline that we should follow, I believe. You understand that?
Absolutely, and we stand with you and expect you to provide the leadership on this, and we will follow your leadership and help you as any way we can.
That's why they had a notice of violation, and that's why we're having this hearing today, because we're doing as best we can to stand by the law.
And protect our community.
You got that right. All right, thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mayor Ferre? Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Senator. Good seeing you.
Good to see you again.
Ms. Prusek?
I just wanted to make just a couple of general points to the public who might be here, who might not be familiar with this board, based on a couple of the mayor's comments. Just to remind, I know Chairman Camarena, you pointed this out at the beginning of the hearing, but this hearing board is actually an independent body from the district, independently appointed, and we serve a quasi-judicial function. And so just to remind all speakers that we are more like a court of law than a legislative body that you might be, or an administrative body that you might be used to. And so, again, all comments will be under oath, and they are considered to be evidence. So the more firsthand type of evidence that you can, based on your experience, the better, and the more related to the topic at issue.
Thank you, Ms. Prusek. Next speaker will be Andrew DeBlock, followed by Catherine Lays. Again, state your name, spell it, and indicate whether or not you took the oath.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Andrew DeBlock, spelled A-N-D-R-E-W. Last name is D-E-B-L-O-C-K. And I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Al Muratsuchi, 66th Assembly District, and I have been sworn in this morning. Thank you for taking the time to solicit input from the public regarding the very important safety issues surrounding the Torrance Refining Company and its operations in Torrance, California. As you are likely aware, the refinery's impacts the community of great importance to the Assemblymember. During his campaign, and since the week taking office, he has talked in great length about the refinery safety, as well as his 6-point refinery safety plan. For context, I'm going to highlight a couple points in that plan now, all of which, just again for your information, he's currently taking legislative action to address. First would be to the installation of real-time air quality monitors surrounding the refinery and providing real-time data to South Bay residents to monitor toxic chemical and emissions from the refinery. The installation and regular testing of an effective alarm system capable of warning South Bay residents of accidents or potentially harmful events at the Torrance refinery. And the last point I'll highlight today is working with the refinery workers, and the city of Torrance to ensure that the jobs, economic benefits of the refinery, and all the accoutrement there benefit Torrance and the South Bay community as a whole. The Assemblymember believes that today's hearing is a step in the right direction, in that it allows for the Torrance Refining Company to take fuller control of their operations and allows us to hold them more accountable for their actions. The Assemblymember believes that these are positive developments and thanks this body for their time and consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Sue? Mr. McDonough?
No questions.
Board members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you say you were a councilman?
No, I represent Assemblymember Muratsuchi. I'm a staff member.
Staff member?
Yes, sir.
for one of the council persons.
For a member of the State Assembly, sir. The 6th District.
State Assembly.
Yes, sir.
No further comments from him?
These are his comments today, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Catherine Lays.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lays, L-E-Y-S. Okay, move it up, I'm tall. And I've taken the oath this morning.
Thank you.
So again, my name is Catherine Lays. I am the co-founder of FLARE, which stands for Families Lobbying Against Refinery Exposures. We're a 2,500-plus community group located in the South Bay that's focused on increasing community safety and transparency in operations at Torrance Refinery. I currently live in Torrance, where I've lived for the past 5 years, and prior to that, I lived across the street from El Segundo Refinery for a period of 4 years. I've submitted a number of South Coast AQMD documents to the board, which you should have, and that were obtained via public information request. And one of the clearest conclusions that we can draw from looking at all these cause analysis and settlement agreements is that this power supply issue has been a long-standing, well-documented problem, at minimum dating back to 2010. From what we can see by looking at these settlement agreements and payment history is that in the past, when ExxonMobil was given the opportunity to pay fines to South Coast AQMD, or an option of using these fines towards an investment in electrical infrastructure upgrading at the refinery, a cost that would likely have exceeded the fine minimum, the refinery would opt to simply pay the minimum fines back to South Coast AQMD rather than invest in the electrical infrastructure upgrades. From what we can gather, no significant upgrades have been made to the electrical system. Torrance Refining Company took over July 1st, so these settlement agreements are between ExxonMobil and South Coast AQMD. But to me, this shows that this model does not work. It's a scenario when the teacher is repeatedly asking the student to turn in their homework. And from a community perspective, having experienced 2 large flaring events, a shelter in place, a fire in the alkylation unit, and a fire in the sewer lines, all within 6 months, the new owners are not off to the best start. The refinery needs to be held responsible for these upgrades. They should be held accountable to a tight timeline, and there should be full transparency to the public throughout the process. The timeline to install an uninterruptible power supply, in our opinion, is too lax and should have been forced years ago. We urge you to tighten the timeframe and require that the refinery install an uninterruptible power supply system within 1 year of this hearing. Every year the public has to wait is another year of black smoke and associated health risks and anxiety. I would also like to share a concern felt by many community members, and that is the ability for the AQMD to enforce fines or penalties for flaring that produces black smoke. It is my understanding that inspectors can enforce action against the facility subject to Rule 1118 requirements if they observe visible emissions, smoke, for more than 5 minutes aggregated over a 2-hour period. Unfortunately, the only way for a refinery to be fined for black smoke is if a trained AQMD smoke spotter, using the Ringelmann opacity scale, determines the smoke has reached a certain opacity. The problem is, even when multiple community members call South Coast AQMD, it often takes hours for them to arrive, assuming they receive approval to come at all. By this time, the event has obviously often ended. This makes for an unenforceable rule, given the fact that both the refinery stack video and community video is unacceptable in the court, and our trained human smoke spotters may take hours to arrive. I would urge South Coast AQMD to reevaluate its ability to regulate black smoke, given the large number of flaring events our community has experienced. With my remaining 2 minutes or so, I would like to just show a video that shows mostly community perspective video and pictures of flaring, often taken from like 4 or 5 miles away. So. it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sue, any questions?
No questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. McDonough?
No questions.
Ms. Byrd has,
I just wanted to ask and/or confirm that the dates that were listed on the video are the actual dates of the flaring?
They're the accurate dates as given to us by community members that took them. So I did not physically take the majority of them, but as far as the people that have given them to us, they are accurate dates. There's a few of the October 11th that I submitted as well as my co-founder submitted that I can confirm were October 11th. The other ones were given to us the day of, sent by community members, so I can pretty much attest that they're accurate, but they were given to me, so.
Thank you.
anyone else have a question? Senator?
Were you aware that at some point in time, ExxonMobil was ceased to operate?
Yes.
And what period of time do you recall that took place?
Are you talking about following the explosion, the February 18th, 2015 explosion?
2015 explosion?
And then I was at the 12-hour AQMD hearing in April when they restarted.
I wasn't around then, that's why I was asking the question.
Oh, yes, I was, I have actually watched you guys before, so yes, I've,
Okay, and so you did film the flaring at 10/11/16
I took,
personally?
yeah, well, myself, those pictures aren't just from me, those are from community members within our community group. that
Under
were
there are other
taking-
dates like 5/14/16.
Yes, they submit pictures to us and we share them. And so we put a video together showing the perspective throughout the community from different areas. A lot of those photos were actually from like Palos Verdes and
Were you aware that when Torrance Refinery acquired ExxonMobil,
June 30th, 2016,
2016?
PBF, Torrance
Did you
Refinery.
understand that they would have to be operational again before that transaction could take place?
They had to be fully operational for no accidents for, I can't remember, it was 2 weeks or 30 days. And there was a crane accident in the middle somewhere, so I don't know where they were fully considered operational. But yes, they had to be fully operational, which is confusing to the public because we feel that there's, we're not the experts, but we feel like there's constantly maintenance issues. So.
Were you aware the conditions of transfer of ownership was based on the fact that ExxonMobil plant had to be reactivated and operational?
Am I aware that the refinery had to be fully functioning
Yeah.
before it was changed ownership? Yes, I am aware of that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator?
the mayor, is he still here? I'd like to ask him additional questions.
Yes, sir.
You heard my question to the young lady about ExxonMobil, known as the previous owner of the refinery. And were you aware when the transaction took place and under what conditions the transaction took place?
I think you're absolutely correct. My understanding was I think they had to be operational for 30 days before PBF Energy took over as the Torrance Refining Company. And then eventually, I think it was July 1 that they actually took over ownership of the refinery. It had been an ongoing, negotiations for about a year.
What is the city of Torrance role in terms of jurisdiction, if any at all, in terms of conditional use permit or inquiring about its operation?
And, you know, it has been there 88 years, 89 years. We, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, we, through our fire department, have a great relationship with the refinery. They go on the premises on a regular basis to inspect and train. But I'm not aware of any restrictions that we can do through the conditional use permit at this point. It's been there, and you know, it was just an entity that sold an entity, just like any other business. There was nothing that we could interpose at that time.
As the mayor and elected official of Torrance, do you have control of your land use?
Yes, we do.
Well, you do then.
Yes, we do.
And if they're not conforming to the conditions for which they've been approved, do you take action, or can you take action?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
In fact, there's so much history because of the relationship. There was a problem back in the 80s with the previous owner before Exxon, Mobil Refinery owned it, and we actually, and when I say we, my predecessors at the city brought a lawsuit against that entity for a nuisance. And that was litigated for about 8 to 10 years. A consent decree was entered into. For a 10-year period of time, we were under the jurisdiction of the court, and the court was monitoring on a regular basis, and things improved demonstratively. I'm not aware that any of the entity or any of the issues that were in the consent decree have been breached. If they did, then we would have the opportunity to go back in there, but I think we're res judicata collateral stopped from relitigating the same instances all over again. So it's a land use issue, but it's also the balancing issue that we have a viable entity within our community. We mandate as best we can to them to operate in a safe and secure manner. They have lots of restrictions by entities that are much more powerful than the city of Torrance is, but we also balance it with the 1,100 or so employees who are located in there. We talk to them on a regular basis if they're feeling safe and secure. Many of my neighbors are employees there, and they constantly remind me that they would not go there unless they felt safe, and that gives me a bit of security on that end, because as I said, I live, very, very close to the refinery.
Well, there's a whole stack of people saying they take issue with that, but nonetheless, you have your own city attorney?
Yes, we do.
Have they reviewed, based on these complaints and what we observed here, have they reviewed the consent decree to find out whether or not they still holding true to form?
On a regular basis, sir.
So you find that nothing's been breached?
That's correct. If something had been breached, we would have done the appropriate action.
So if your citizens are saying, this has been a nuisance, this is jeopardizing our health and safety, is that alarming?
It's concerning, but as I mentioned, when we brought that lawsuit, it was not without a lot of forethought, and to make sure that you have to have a valid issue to bring a lawsuit. I'm a practicing attorney as well, and I recognize that you cannot just go to the courthouse and file a lawsuit. And filing a lawsuit is a very expensive proposition. The city in the last time spent well in excess of $1.5 million, $2 million in the 1980s money and 1990s money. So that would be and why would there be anything different? Because when we went through all of the issues, as I said, through the consent decree, as far as my information, have been abided by, both sides, including the city of Torrance. We also had things that we had to do as well. So this is a new issue, the Edison issue, although it's been brought to the highlight by the flaring incidents. As I said, I was not aware of, council was not aware of the lack of appropriate redundancy systems or straightforward system, the way the grid worked. I mean, to find out that an outage in my neighborhood could cause this 700-acre behemoth to shut down is kind of shocking. It should be on its own network. And I think that's what TRC and the SCAQMD have agreed to do, is to bring that forward.
One question, Fana. Explosion, was that an explosion at ExxonMobil, to your knowledge?
Well, there was an explosion on February 18th of 2015, almost 2 years ago. That was, and way too much information I've gathered in the long term, I can say electrostatic precipitator, which I could never say before, was an ESP, which is something, according to the officials at the previous owner, is not supposed to explode. That's a unit that takes out particulate from the process. So it's a good thing to have this. While it's not supposed to explode, it did. It spewed particulate into the air, and a number of people were affected by that.
In what way were they affected?
I'm sorry?
In what way were they affected?
By the spewing of the powder or whatever it was, the particulate matter that was, the houses were covered. And
was their health affected, maybe?
there was assertions that there was health issues. I've not been notified of anybody who's specifically come with a medical diagnosis. But, you know, when you go back to the lawsuit, everybody has a private right of action.
Repeat that, sir?
Everyone has a private right of action. It doesn't have to be government files nuisance lawsuits. Any person or entity can file a nuisance. If they believe there's a nuisance, they can file a nuisance. We, as a city, have looked at it. We do not believe it rises to the level of a nuisance against a business. Had we would have filed a lawsuit. But we looked at that and made a determination, a business determination, if you will, a legal determination, that it did not rise to the level of bringing a lawsuit.
I see. If the city spent $1 million+
Excuse me.
no, I'm asking him,
I understand, but we are way off track. The matter that is before us is
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, and my question is related to the issue.
it's related to the issue?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. The fact of the matter is that the city, as you said, stated as a matter recognized, it's already been stated in this matter, spent millions+ in the lawsuit, in the consent decree. Is that correct? You did say that, didn't you?
We spent the money on the lawsuit, like I said, in the 80s, 90s, and there was a consent decree that was attached based upon the allegations in that lawsuit. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
fine, thank you. Now, finally, did the citizens of your city ever come to the council and you as the mayor to ask you to reopen this lawsuit? Revisit the lawsuit?
There have been members of the community who have requested that, yes, sir.
Good, thank you. I think it's an appropriate question, that's why I ask you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Senator. Anything else?
Any other any other questions? Thank you. We have a number of exhibits to mark. The first one is the proposed stipulated order for abatement, findings, decision, and order of the hearing board. It is date stamped February 14th, 2017. We'll mark that as exhibit number 1 for petitioner. We have a number of exhibits from the public. These are emails addressed to the clerk of the board. First one is from Antony Chung. It's dated, it came in February 14th, 2017. It'll be marked as public exhibit number 1. Next one is from Catherine Lays. It is, came in February 14th, 2017. It will be marked as public exhibit number 2. The next is, okay. Yeah, there is several. Okay. Public exhibit 2 from Catherine Lays is, came in on February 14th, 2017 at 2:37 p.m. That's public exhibit 2. Public exhibit 3, also from Catherine Lays, came in February 14th, 2017 at 2:39 p.m. That's public exhibit 3.
Exhibit 2 has what as the attachment? I have 2 from her.
They're different times. List them.
I got them at the same time.
At the same time? 237?
I have 317 and 318. But what is the attachment to it?
The times that I'm marking are the times that the email came in, not the date stamped time. So the one that came in at 2:37 is public exhibit 2. The one that came in at 2:39 is public exhibit 3. We have another from Catherine Lays, came in February 14th at 3:02. That'll be marked as public exhibit 4. And we have another email from, this one is from Catherine Mock, came in February 14th at 5:16 PM, and that's public exhibit number 5. Ms. Broussard?
Chairman Camarina, at the appropriate time, perhaps after opening statements, if we could take a bit of an extended break to review the public comments, since we just received them this morning, that would be appreciated.
Of course, I think that would be appropriate at this time before we begin to hear evidence.
And Chair, we have some exhibits to distribute as well. Would you like us to do it now or after the break?
Let's do it now.
Okay, great. I believe Ms. Manwaring has the exhibits, handing them to the clerk. We have revisions to paragraph 4 of the proposed order, Steve Zamora's resume, image of a neighborhood, a video of a flare will be forthcoming, photos of a flare, a smoke chart, flare event specific cause and analysis report, the refinery's Form 500, a notice of a violation, Glenn Jenkins' resume, and a PowerPoint presentation, and they're all over there. Also, I just wanted to briefly alert the board, we expect Steve Zamora, our inspector, to testify, and if it's all right with the board, followed by a witness by the Torrance Refinery, then followed by an expert from the district.
Okay.
And there are a couple of revisions to the proposed order. Would you like to hear them now?
Let's wait till we get the exhibits. Now, does the district have just that one witness?
We have 2 witnesses, our inspector and an expert consultant.
Okay. And do you want both to follow the witnesses by the respondent?
We would like our inspector to proceed first, followed by the refinery's witness, then with the expert witness from the district.
Understood. Do you have more than one photograph?
We have 3 photographs. It's in one exhibit. It's stapled together.
Okay.
And in addition, I believe we have copies of a public exhibit. It's a declaration from Mr. Hunston.
I have multiple copies of a aerial photograph.
I believe it should be one aerial image.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Are you placing them on top or underneath?
Actually, as they came.
Oh, okay.
Flip it over.
Did you wish them marked in the order distributed?
Yes, I could go over them if you would like. I believe you've already marked the proposed order as Exhibit 1. The second exhibit would be the revised paragraph 4. That'd be 2. Number 3 would be,
Hold on.
oh, sorry.
Okay. The revised paragraph 4 will be marked as Exhibit 2. Next,
Steve Zamora's resume.
the resume of Steve Sumura will be Exhibit 3.
And there's a aerial image of a neighborhood.
That will be Exhibit 4.
And we will be receiving, we will be providing copies of a video we will be playing, if that could be 5.
Okay, the video will be 5.
And there, you should have 3 pages stapled together, photos of the flare.
Okay, the top photo is labeled Photo 1.
Correct.
So there's Photo 1, Photo 2, and Photo 4.
Correct. If that could be 6.
That'll be that'll be Exhibit 6.
And there is a smoke chart.
Ringelmann smoke chart.
Yes.
That'll be Exhibit 7.
And there's a flare event specific cause and analysis report. It's dated November 10, 2016. Yeah, there's a document dated November 10, 2016, and it says Rule 1118 flare event specific cause analysis report.
That'll be Exhibit number 8.
And there's a Form 500-N, Title 5 Deviations, Emergencies, and Breakdowns.
That will be Exhibit 9. This is 9. Okay, that's 9. 8 is one sheet, 2 sides. It's on Torrance Refinery letterhead. Everybody up?
There should be a notice of violation.
Notice of violation P63409 will be Exhibit 9. 10, you're right.
You should have a CV of Mr. Glenn Jenkins.
That'll be Exhibit 11. Got 2 more to go.
And there's a PowerPoint presentation. It says basic refinery knowledge.
That'll be Exhibit 12.
And the declaration by Mr. Neil Hunston, that's a public exhibit.
Okay. Madam Clerk, what's the next public exhibit? Pardon me? 6. Okay. The declaration of Neil Huntsman will be public exhibit 6. Okay. It's going to take a while to read through this material.
There are some corrections we'd like to make to the proposed order. Would you like to go through them now, or? Okay, great. So on proposed order, which is Exhibit 1, on page 5, line 18, it should read October 11th through 13.
Okay.
And on page 9, line 25, it should read 3 period D period, D as in Delta.
In place of 3C.
Yes, in place of 3C.
I'm sorry, can I just go back? Which line on page 5 should read through 13?
On page 5, line 18,
Okay,
it says October 11th and 13. It should read through 13.
okay, thank you.
And on page 9, line 25, it should read 3D. Instead of 3C. And on page 10, line 5, it should read 3F as in Frank instead of 3C. Kind of between line 5 and line 6. And if we could replace paragraph 4 in exhibit number 1 with the revised paragraph 4, which is exhibit number 2.
Paragraph 4 that appears on page 10.
Correct.
Okay.
No, paragraph 4 of page 3.
Oh, page 3. And you're replacing that with Exhibit 2.
Correct.
Very good. Right. Board members, how much time do you think you'll need? Half an hour, an hour? Let's shoot for half an hour and see how we do. We'll reconvene at 10:30 or later. Thank you. Sir? We're doing it now. Yeah. Thank you. We're back on the record. I've only begun to read the public documents and also the declaration of the gentleman from the Edison. In reviewing those documents, it's clear that the electrical supply is not the only cause of flaring. What is before us is a proposal where the parties have stipulated to a plan to address the flaring that may be caused by interruptions in the supply of electricity. Because there's other causes of flaring, let me throw out an initial thought for discussion by the board. And the reason for this is to determine just how wide-ranging we're going to make our inquiry. As we saw this morning, as we heard this morning, there's a lot of history here, in particular with the former owners of the facility. There's a lot of entities that are involved in regulating the refinery and the supplier of electricity. We could go into a lengthy discussion on the history of what happened, why it happened, who's responsible, what entities have authority, which do not, what authority do they have. And we would take days and days. So my question to my fellow board members is, shall we limit our inquiry to exactly what is before us? The adequacy of the stipulation to improve the reliability of the electrical system, or do you wish to explore other things? And if so, to what extent and what is our authority to do so? Ms. Prusak.
Going back over and reviewing the petition for the order for abatement that is before us, it is clear that the matter before us is somewhat narrow in terms of the following: the notice of violation and the grounds on which the nuisance was asserted. Now, again, these are all allegations because at this point we have a stipulated order, but the allegations were regard to nuisance from flaring, and the underlying problem that was identified in the petition is as a result of power interruption, both during that particular flaring event and in previous events that were pretty close in time, and that were also related to power interruptions, which shows the capacity or capability of, or the potential for such events and such flaring events and such issues like this to occur again in the future, near future, and continuing on from power interruptions. So based upon what this particular petition is based on and what's before us today, I believe, again, just one of 5 members, so I'd like to hear from other board members, but my feeling is that we need to hear this case on a more narrow basis in terms of the flaring event that caused it, the alleged nuisance on which it's based, and that being from power interruptions and the capacity for that to happen again. However, I am very concerned after reading the public exhibits that there could be, and very well may be, Again, no evidence of this, but from just reading what I've read, the little that I've read, that there could be issues of continuing maintenance, age of the processes and equipment at the refinery, and issues based on the explosion in 2015 and what was done to remedy and correct that. And so I think that what we're hearing from the public, and it would be good to hear from the district as to what, if anything, might be done to either investigate or to potentially remedy those situations, because it's hard to look at an order for abatement. It's hard to look at the situation in a vacuum with all of that background occurring. So I think that we might want to hear a little bit about that. And I think to some extent it is relevant.
Ms. Byrd?
I would have to agree. It's actually very disturbing to read the public exhibits, because after the last time well, not this case, but the former owner, I guess we had some expectations that things would move in a better direction. But it appears just from this petition that it is very specific, and it relates to the event for which the notice was written. And I would like to know if the district, and I don't know that we have the ability to even question it, but it would be nice to know what direction the district was going with the other issues that have come up with this facility as well, and trying to determine how they fit with this petition. Some allude to the fact that there's not enough notice, or that they don't get notice, and that kind of thing, and they don't know what's going on. That would have happened with this as well, I would imagine, if that's the trend, but we don't have enough information about what else is going on there. This is what we have. And just in going through this document, the Public Exhibit 3, just looking at the difference in why there are flaring events, and the fact, I think one of the public spoke to that today, that the problems with electricity is just a very small part of it. But if this petition is just aimed at directing the facility to get them in a direction, in addition to other things that the district may have in mind, then I say that we have to go with this petition and at least get that portion of the problem under control, and perhaps the district could update us as to what else is going on, if that is their desire, because I'm not sure that we have the ability to require them to do that. So,
Any other thoughts before I call on Ms. Prusek again? Ms. Prusek?
Also, generally, when we're looking at an order for abatement petition, we're looking sort of moving forward, and we don't usually look into causation because it's not a variance. We're not looking at beyond reasonable control, et cetera. But I think in this case, we're going to need to hear evidence and have a very clear understanding as to what this order is intended to do and why there is such an incredibly, in my mind, long time frame. And part of understanding that, from what we're seeing and hearing from the public testimony and exhibits, is that this electrical issue may have been known for quite a long period of time. And while that might not be relevant in terms of reasonable control, because we're talking about an order for abatement, it is relevant as far as how long we are willing to give to the respondent to come into compliance and bring the, not compliance, but to ensure it is compliance, because to ensure that continuing nuisances and flaring events based on electrical power supply are not experienced or it happens as quickly as possible.
As far as how long we might be willing to agree, my view is that it would be the shortest time that we believe it can be done, regardless of the history.
Yes, but I do see an entire year just for an evaluation. So I'm trying to understand how that is the shortest time frame possible, and then another year for implementation.
Okay, that goes to the proposal itself, that we need to be convinced about that those are reasonable and appropriate times, and those are the shortest times. But that'll come out in the evidence. Senator, did you have a comment?
Yes, looking at the declaration from Mr. Neil Hunstein, he has some issues with the stipulated order abatement and was not willing to endorse the entire proposal. And I think the district may be aware of that. He said he would have been working with us, with the district and with the refinery, and to do everything possible to install the 220 volts additional line, and that the refinery would pay for it, yes, but they have a long ways to go to make that happen. For example, you got to get California Environmental Quality Act must be complied with. Looking at page 2 of the declaration, line 18 through line 23, it talks about cost estimates. We have to be determined, and all those things are still up in the air yet. And there's no time frame for which they would be in compliance, even if we had a stipulated order. I don't think the time frame is specified. And then, of course, we have the information from Ms. Catherine Lays, who she calls it compendium reports. And it goes back from 2010, where they identify what the failures were. None of the failures because there was no electricity. Other components to fail. He talked about the a redundant system. You have here in this exhibit, I think it's 12, is it? Interruptible power supply, UPS. What does that mean? That means that if the power is cut off by Edison, you have a system already in place, I believe, unless you can explain otherwise, based on what I have here, a system in place where it would not be interrupted. This is called interruptible, which means that then that's your redundant or backup system. If that's not the case, then some testimony should show otherwise. I'm willing to listen. You have a reliability program here. It's well defined. Exhibit 12, was that 12?
Senator, the question was.
I'm explaining why I'm not satisfied with what's before us unless it includes other problems of failure.
Yeah. And so the question was, shall we limit it to the narrow issue of the proposal before us, or do you wish to inquire into the other possibilities?
I wish to inquire into other possibilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Doctor?
Yeah, I would like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues here. This is so wide-ranging, and I only wish that we had received this set of emails a few days earlier so that we could have looked at them. But be that as it may, this cursory look opens a whole new area of problems that the city of Torrance is facing in its community with the refinery. And the refinery's electrical system is at issue now. And my feeling is, I think we have our hands full at this point trying to get this done and done well so that we don't have a problem in the future with this. But we also need to, in my view, we have to push this. This has to be done quickly. We can't have a year to go by. These people are still at risk. And when we begin to examine this later today, I'm very concerned about backup issues. And it may be contained in here, but right now, my head is sort of flooded with a lot of information, a very important information that I haven't been able to look at, and I'm going to look at this on my lunch hour. But I think what we need to do is confine our efforts here, but I would encourage the district to consider a more broader range of problems, and I agree with my colleagues here on that ground very, very strongly. We have to resolve this once and for all. This has been going on for far too long for the community and I think for the refinery. It should not go any further, and we should really begin to make progress and make progress rapidly.
The matter that's before us is, in my view, to address one of a number of issues at the refinery. We don't know to what extent the district is looking at those issues. I'm confident that they are indeed doing that and will address them as the district deems appropriate. I believe that we should stay to the narrow issue of the petition. It is intended to fix one of a number of issues. In order to make our judgment, it may be necessary to look into a little bit into the background. But if we get too wide-ranging, in the interest of efficiency, I'm going to stop the questioning and ask to what extent that's relevant to the decision we have to make. We could go on for days and days discussing the very many issues at a refinery and the problems that it can cause. A very interesting discussion that would simply delay a decision on our part and would confuse what is before us, Ms. Prusek.
And aside from efficiency standpoint, it's difficult to do, but sometimes we have to remember, at the beginning of this hearing, I mentioned to the public that we are a quasi-judicial body, and that carries a number of meanings. We conduct ourselves like court of law, which means that our jurisdiction is limited to those issues that are brought before us in a petition. And so aside from the fact that it's more efficient to move forward because there are so many issues, it seems, that are identified, they could take an extremely long time to sort out and get through. We are actually bound and limited in what we can consider. However, again, some of this is tangentially relevant, and I hope, especially because the public, I assume, is watching, that the district will help us to understand some of the other issues that may be occurring and what will be done about it. But just to say our constraint.
Any other comments before we go forward with testimony? Ms. Burton?
I was just wondering, and I know that the district is not required to do so, but they've been accommodating to us in the past. And that is, as we go through this, if there is any relationship that they see with something else that we may have ruled on before, or something that they're expecting to come in the future. If they could point it out to us, it might settle us down a little bit more and help us to stay focused on the order that's before us.
Thank you. Anything else, Senator?
The public has been noticed that this hearing would take place today regarding fixing the problems at the refinery, hopefully. And they have shared with this board, based on their having been noticed, what their concerns are and the problems they've realized over the years. And they've also stated that they come to us and would expect us, as we address this issue and litany of problems, that the district and the board would hear them and be responsive to them. When you limit the discussion just to the fix for the problem that's specified in the order, stipulated order, and although there are other problem issues that have been submitted to us by the public based on the fact that the hearing is going to take place, then what messages that are being sent to them when you tell them this issue is before us, submit your problems to us, they have done that. Very few, if any of them, who I've looked at, talked about the Edison not having electric power provided to the refinery as the cause of many of their problems that they realized over the years. I think that, as Ms. Bird said, if something else, issue should be raised during the discussion, maybe I misunderstood you then. The district, based on what comes from this hearing, if they learn that there are additional problems that should be addressed at this point in time, I would hope that the district would point that out and suggest to the hearing board that it should be all-inclusive to the extent at all possible to get that matters resolved.
Ms. Persek?
I just have to, because the public is here, and again, I want to reiterate the purpose and jurisdiction of this board. When we notice hearings, it is not noticing an open forum for community members that live around a particular source to come and air all of their complaints. When a particular hearing is noticed, it is based on a petition that asks for specified relief, whether that's a variance because the petition is brought by a particular facility because of a rule or regulation of the district that they will be out of compliance with good reason, or in this case, an order for abatement that is brought because of a specified allegation of a violation. And when it is brought in this manner as an order for abatement, we notice it specifically, and we only have jurisdiction to hear that which is before us in the petition. And in this case, it is order for abatement based on a nuisance that was alleged from a notice of violation from an occurrence in October that relates to electricity failure and resulting flaring, resulting nuisance, and a pattern of that occurring before us. So we are not listening to the members of the public. We are listening to the members of the public, and we are very concerned by it. But again, we are constrained by our jurisdiction.
Okay, let's move forward. This is a quasi-judicial body.
I'm
and
sorry,
we have a
Mr.
job
Mr.
before
Chair,
us.
do we get an opportunity to just say something in response to the discussion of the board on scope?
I will allow it.
Okay, I'll make it very brief, and I would just say we agree with the scope limitation that you both talked about. I would just remind the board that under state law, as well as the rules of this district, not only is it appropriate to constrain your jurisdiction in the way that you described, but in fact, the law requires that you constrain it so. In a stipulated order, you are limited to the conditions and terms presented in the order. If there's something that goes beyond that, then you have to make the findings under 42451A of the Health and Safety Code, and that turns the hearing into a different kind of hearing. So I would just urge the board to remember its legal obligations, that not only is it a good idea to limit the scope, we believe that you're legally required to.
Ms. Sue, did you wish to address, or Ms. Manwaring?
Thank you, Chairman Camarena, members of the board. We certainly appreciate the comments that we've heard here today from you and members of the public. You will see that the Air District, Torrance Refining Company, and Southern California Edison are working diligently and collectively on resolving an aspect of larger issues identified. So we do appreciate the insightful comments about limiting the scope of the inquiry today. To address Ms. Bird's request, of course, the district has other activities that touch and regulate refineries in the South Coast Basin. We have a public rule forecast that's identified every January. We have several rule writing activities, and the district, upon request of this board, would be happy to make a presentation or otherwise inform you of some of the larger rule writing efforts. In addition, any pending enforcement action that's not related to this matter is not appropriately before this board. As well, there are other functions within this district looking at both this refinery and other refineries in the basin. Today's limit on this scope is because of the petition before you, not because the district isn't aware of the larger concerns.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move forward.
To the district. To the district, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
When you say it's not that the district is not aware of other concerns, what do you mean by that?
We are quite, the Air District is quite aware of the many, many concerns and complaints brought by the public regarding operations at this particular facility. Specifically, Ms. Lay, as an example, has certainly been a vocal advocate of her community and has communicated to different members of the Air District as an agency. That's one example. In addition, you'll hear testimony from Inspector Steve Zamora, who sat here to my left. He's regularly at that refinery inspecting and investigating. We are aware of the issues that have been raised by public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Ms. Sue, your first witness.
I have here Mr. Steve Zamora. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor and members of the board. My name is Steve Zamora. That's spelled S-T-E-V-E. Zamora, T-S-U-M-U-R-A. I'm the Air Quality Inspector 2 for the Torrance Refinery.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes.
And before I ask you questions about the Torrance Refinery, let's talk briefly about your educational employment background. Please state what degrees, if any, you earned after high school.
I've earned a bachelor's and master's in environmental occupational health sciences from California State University, Northridge, and my background includes working for Los Angeles County Health Department, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and the El Segundo Fire Department.
And I believe you have in your binder Exhibit 3. It appears to be your resume. Does this document accurately summarize your educational and employment experience?
Yes, it does.
And it says that you're a certified industrial hygienist, correct?
That's correct. I am currently a CIH.
And please explain what this means.
A certified industrial hygienist is responsible for environmental, occupational health, and safety for both workers and the public. These types of occupations are very similar to the types of occupations you might find at a refinery or a chemical plant or an industrial plant. The educational and background experience requirements includes both bachelor's and or master's, and then a 2-day test of competencies in various areas such as toxicology, industrial hygiene, engineering, management, and also environmental requirements.
Great, thank you. And your resume states that from 1990 to 2014, you were an environmental safety manager for the city of El Segundo. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was what's called the Certified Unified Program Agency Manager and responsible for the regulation of hazardous materials, hazardous waste, underground tanks, above-ground tanks, tiered permitting for hazardous waste treatment, and responding to emergencies. In addition, I would prepare the firefighters for the possibility of fires, explosions, or incidents involving the refinery or hydrogen fluoride plants, in addition to other aerospace-type companies.
And then from 2015 to the present, you worked at the South Coast Air Quality Management District, is that correct?
That's correct. I began working at the South Coast Air Quality Management District in May of 2015 and was assigned to the refinery unit in Long Beach. And further down, I was assigned to the Torrance refinery. At the time, it was called ExxonMobil.
Great. And could you please briefly describe your responsibilities as an air quality inspector too?
As part of my responsibilities, I would routinely inspect the refinery for compliance with permit conditions and also Title V requirements of the Environmental Protection Agency. I would respond to emergencies. I would respond to various types of complaints from the public, in addition to notifications made to the district in regards to compliance deviations that the company provides to us within an hour of notification. I would also identify any types of violations that I see during either notifications, complaints, or during my observations at the facility. I would also conduct routine air monitoring for Rule 1173 and Rule 1176 for fugitive gas emissions from various types of piping and or industrial wastewater, respectively. And also I would meet with their management and meet with their staff to understand better of what the current status is of any particular units within the refinery.
Thank you. I would like to move Exhibit 3, Steve Zamora's resume, into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. McDonough?
No objection to this or any of the other exhibits that have been marked.
Is that your request, Ms. Hsu?
Yes.
All of the exhibits for the district will be, are in evidence. Yeah.
Mr. Zamora, are you familiar with Respondent Torrance Refining Company?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Torrance Refinery Company, LLC.
Great. And how long have you been assigned as an inspector to this refinery?
I was assigned to the refinery on or about September of 2015, where I began inspecting the facility by myself without the aid of any assistance from other inspectors.
And what type of facility does Respondent operate?
The refinery is a SIC code 2911, I believe, and produces petroleum hydrocarbon product, various types of grades, including diesels, various types of virgin gas oils. They also have a fluid catalytic cracking unit and alkylation process that produces a gasoline for vehicles and has various types of gases that they produce themselves, such as hydrogen.
Okay, and before you is Exhibit 4. It appears to be an aerial image. And what is this image?
This image is the refinery aerial view. The refinery is bounded on the north by 190th Street, is bounded on the east by Van Ness. It's bounded on the south by Del Amo, and it's bounded generally on the west by Prairie.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of an area in Torrance?
Yes.
Great. And what is immediately north of the refinery?
Immediately north, you would find various homes, schools, the 405 freeway. I believe there are 2 public schools north of the refinery.
And what is to the east of the refinery?
East of the refinery includes Toyota Motors Corporation, various light industrial, and homes along Del Amo.
Okay, and to the south of the refinery?
To the south of the refinery, there is light industrial businesses. There's various types of new construction being built along Del Amo, and the City of Torrance City Hall is further south from the refinery.
And to the west of the refinery?
To the west of the refinery are residential homes, maximum density, various light industrial, and a community park.
Okay, And has the Torrance Refining Company LLC owned and operated the Torrance Refinery the entire time you've been an inspector there?
The Torrance Refinery took operations from ExxonMobil July 1st, and yes, it has been during my tenure at the South Coast AQMD.
And let's talk briefly about flaring. What is the purpose of flaring?
The purpose of flaring is to relieve any types of pressures made by gases or reactions that may occur within the refinery and or any types of fugitive gases that may be vented to the refinery flare gas system. The need for the flare is to burn off these pressurized gases so there wouldn't be any explosions from overpressurization of various vessels.
And how do refineries address flaring that's unplanned?
Unplanned flare events are usually required to have some form of injection of steam to reduce the amount of black smoke generated at the flare tip. If it's an unplanned flare event, we would be required to be notified within 1 hour of that unplanned flare event through Rule 1118.
Okay, and we're here for a petition regarding an incident on October 11, 2016. Are you aware of that petition?
Yes, I am.
And how did you first learn of the flaring event that began on October 11, 2016?
I was preparing for my workday at home. I saw on the television that the Torrance Refinery had a flare with black smoke, with a very high density of smoke and very large flames. I called my supervisor to ask whether I should report directly to the refinery. He told me to report directly to the refinery, so I responded from home to the refinery, taking the 110 freeway, getting off at the 190th exit, and when I hit the 190th exit, there was a lot of traffic going westbound because of the flaring and road closures that occurred that morning.
Okay. And did you take a video of what you saw that day?
I took both photographs and a video once I was parked to show the density of the smoke and also to the source of the smoke, and 3, the length of time that I visualized this.
Okay, and so we're going to play a video for you right now. It has been marked as Exhibit 5.
Madam Clerk, is the video queued?
And who took this video?
I took the video once I parked at the corner of Crenshaw and Del Amo.
And approximately what time was this taken?
This video was taken at approximately 0700 hours that morning.
And what equipment did you use to take this video?
I used my personal Apple iPhone.
Okay, and is this an accurate reflection of what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
And what piece of equipment is shown on this video?
The photograph shows the refinery's flare 65F3 having a flare and smoke being generated at the tip of the flare, with the smoke going generally in a northerly direction from the flare. There is also a flare 65F4 that is east of that flare, but I did not see any smoke coming from that flare tip.
Okay, thank you. And now, before you is Exhibit 6, I believe it's 3 photographs stapled together. And have you seen photo 1 before?
Yes, photo 1 I took in traffic along 190th Street.
On that same day?
On the same day.
And approximately what time did you take this photograph?
I believe the photograph was taken at approximately 6:45 thereabouts.
Okay.
AM, PM?
AM.
And what equipment did you use to take this photo?
I used the Apple iPhone.
And is this an accurate representation of what you saw on October 11, 2016?
Yes.
And what piece of equipment, or can you tell where that plume is coming from?
Yes, being familiar with the location, I knew it was coming from the Torrance refinery.
Okay, and is there a specific piece of equipment that you could identify at the Torrance refinery from that photograph?
From the photograph, I did not know whether it was coming from either of the two flares until I got closer into the refinery's area.
Okay, and once you got closer, could you identify where it came from?
Yes, once it got closer, I did see that it was coming from the flare 65F3.
Okay, and going to the next page, it says photo 2, and what is this photograph?
This photograph shows the flaring that's occurring, and a photo of my district-issued phone showing the approximate time or length of time that I was visibly seeing the smoke being generated from the flare on the morning of October 11th.
And approximately what time did you take this photograph?
I took this photograph at approximately 7:15 thereabouts.
And where did you take this photograph?
This photograph was taken from a parking lot at the southeast corner of Del Amo and Crenshaw Boulevard.
Okay, and is this an accurate representation of what you saw on October 11, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and now let's look at the next page, photo 4. And what is this photograph?
This photograph was taken off of Del Amo, looking at flare 65F3 in the afternoon with no smoke being generated at the time.
And approximately what time did you take this photograph?
If I may, I could check my iPhone and see the date.
Yes.
The date was October 12th at approximately 12:42 p.m.
Okay, and was this an accurate representation of what you saw on October 12, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and looking back at photo 2 and 4, can you describe the difference between the two photographs and what you see?
In photo 2, you could see that there is black smoke being generated from the flare early on in the morning. This is most likely due to the lack of steam to inject to reduce the amount of smoke generation during the early morning event. On photo 4, it shows a controlled flare that was burning off excess hydrocarbons with steam injection. And so they were able to control the smoke at this time.
Okay, and we've seen photo 1, 2, and 4. Is there a photo 3 that you've taken?
No, I used the video as video number 3 as part of the sequence.
Okay, and thank you for that. Did you evaluate the visible emissions from flare 65F3?
Yes, I did. I evaluated the smoke density and opacity from my vantage point at the corner of Del Amo and Crenshaw Boulevard. I did this for approximately 30 minutes. I identified the various densities over a period of 30 minutes with 15-second intervals, and identified that the general concentration was between a Ringelmann 3 and a Ringelmann 4 in smoke density or darkness of the smoke.
Okay, and turning to Exhibit 7, which is labeled smoke chart, can you explain what the smoke chart is?
Every 6 months, the Air Resources Board tests our inspectors' abilities to be able to differentiate the various densities of smoke. This smoke chart was provided from the Air Resources Board to give the inspector a general ability to be able to determine smoke density using the darkness of the Ringelmann numbers. Ringelmann number 1 is the lightest in color. It's usually a light gray color, whereas the Ringelmann number 5 is the darkest of the smoke, and it's the most dense. And therefore, it would show that that density is the maximum achievable from smoke.
Okay, and does one become certified to conduct a visible emissions evaluation?
Yes, once you've passed the Air Resources Board Visible Emissions Evaluation Test, we are certified and given a card that lasts 6 months.
And are you certified to conduct such an evaluation?
Yes, at the time I was certified to conduct this evaluation.
And for the evaluation that you conducted, what method did you use to conduct this evaluation?
EPA Method 9.
Great, thank you. And let's look at the next exhibit, Exhibit 8. It's labeled Flare Event Specific Cause Analysis Report. Could you describe what this document is?
This document is requirement for any type of unplanned flare event that a company notifies us of. It's required to identify what caused the flaring to occur, and also provides some data as to how much quantities of gases or vapors may have been lost during the flaring event.
And is this a document from the Torrance Refining Company, Exhibit 8?
Yes, I identify this as Exhibit 8.
And it's from the Torrance Refining Company?
Yes, it's from the Torrance Refining Company, and it was signed by Penny Worsing, who is the environmental supervisor for the Torrance Refining Company.
Okay, and referring to Exhibit 8, I believe on the second page, there's a section labeled D, and it says duration of flare event. How long was the flare event as reported by the Torrance Refining Company?
As reported, the duration of the flare event was 1 day and 15 hours and 18 minutes.
And looking at Section C, according to this report, what was the volume of the gases vented by its flares?
The volume of gases was 56,995 standard cubic feet.
Okay. And according to this report, how many pounds of sulfur oxides was emitted?
Sulfur oxides was 66,054 pounds.
Okay, and I believe there's an asterisk on that. Does the respondent anticipate that this number will be revised?
I understand that they had just recently submitted a revision that we received possibly over the past 2 days.
Okay. And according to this report, how many pounds of VOCs were emitted?
According to this report, 2,032 pounds.
And what does VOC stand for?
Volatile organic compounds.
Great, thank you. And now let's look at the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 9. It's labeled Form 500-N. Could you briefly describe what this document is?
Whenever a company has a deviation in their Title V permit, they're required to identify why the deviation occurred and are required to provide identification of whether it might have been due to human error or other types of events that may prevent them from making use of Rule 430 breakdown provisions, which would allow them not to take an emission from these types of events.
Okay. And is this document submitted from the respondent Torrance Refining Company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And referring you to paragraph 6, I believe it's the third page, it's typewritten. And how long was the breakdown?
The total duration of the incident, 3 days, 17 hours, and 31 minutes.
And referring you to paragraph 11 on the bottom of that page, how long did the emergency flaring at flare 65F3 last?
As identified, the flare 65F3 device C891 opacity greater than 20% started at 5:42 a.m. and lasted until approximately 10 a.m.
Okay, and turning to the next page, there's a chart in the middle of the page. What is this chart describing?
This chart is describing the types of emissions that were created when the air contaminants were released into the environment.
Okay, and it has a total flow number. Could you describe what that is?
The total flow is an element of our Rule 1118. At a minimum, a total flow of more than 500,000 standard cubic feet is required to be reported either prior to emitting or if it's unplanned within 1 hour of the unplanned flaring. And this number is identifying whether it would be regulated under Rule 1118. And in this case, it would have been, except there was a breakdown protection for that because they've notified us within the 1 hour period.
Okay, thank you. Now, putting the exhibits aside for now, after your visible emissions evaluation you conducted on October 11, 2016, did you speak with anyone from the refinery?
Yes, I did. I spoke with the staff in the Emergency Operations Center.
And who did you speak with?
I've spoken with Roya Bazorgnia, who is an environmental advisor for the Torrance Refinery. I spoke with Penny Wersing, who is the supervisor at the Torrance Refinery for the environmental program. I've spoken with Greg Stiglick, who is Ms. Roya Bazorgnia's supervisor upon entering the Emergency Operations Center. As far as city staff, I've spoke with Chief David Dumais, who is the assistant chief responsible for the Torrance Refinery coordination.
And going back to your conversations with people from the refinery, what was the substance of those conversations?
I understood that there was road closures in or around the area of Crenshaw and Del Amo. I understood that there was a total power loss from approximately 5:45 until about a half hour later. They convened the Emergency Operations Center in conjunction with the Torrance Fire Department, and I was able to identify that there was going to be a shelter-in-place notification made by the city of Torrance.
Okay, and after that day, did you do anything to confirm the details of the shelter-in-place notice?
Yes, under a Freedom of Information Act request made to the City of Torrance city clerk, I requested copies of all information and correspondence generated from October 11th through the end of the week, identifying how and when the Everbridge system, which is the company that provides the mass notification system, provided us with that same information as far as what notifications were made, what was said, and how many respondents received the message.
And what generally did the order say?
The order generally said to shelter in place, go inside, close all doors and windows, make sure that they keep informed of current status of the incident, and to await an all clear once the incident was over.
Okay, and how long was the order in place?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And did the district receive any complaints on October 11, 2016?
Yes, the district received approximately 67 total complaints from the public.
And what was the substance of those complaints?
The general theme was the black smoke generated from the flares, health-related issues or agitated asthma issues, feelings of chest tightness, various types of irritation of the throat and eyes and such, and a general complaint that the public was inconvenienced and or impacted by the smoke being generated.
And the smoke being generated was by what?
The flare from the flare 65F3 generating the black smoke in the morning of October 11th.
Right. And how were you made aware of these complaints?
I was made aware of the complaints through the district's 1-800-CUT-SMOG phone hotline, and these phone calls came in, and I, along with Inspector Gentry Keir, fielded these phone calls, and we followed up the following week with each individual and identified whether these individuals would like to file a complaint form with the district.
And how many residents did you personally speak to?
I personally spoke to approximately 12 to 14 various residents, and Inspector Keir spoke to approximately 4 residents in regard to these complaints.
And did you collect any statements by these residents?
Yes, I did.
And were these statements made by the residents under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, they were.
And what was the substance of their complaints?
The substance of the complaints were eye, throat irritation, unknown cause of smoke, continuous flaring from the refinery, both during October 11th and prior incidents, visibility issues, inconvenience, also various types of stress from the smoke, unknowns from the smoke, and a general feeling of unpreparedness or lack of preparedness on the part of the refinery.
Okay, are you aware of District Rule 402?
Yes, I am.
And what does it provide?
It provides for whenever there is a release of an air contaminant that causes the public or those folks in an area of a incident that they be considered a nuisance because of the air contaminants.
And are you aware of California Health and Safety Code Section 41700?
Yes, I am. That is also an element of a nuisance.
And let's go back to the exhibits. If you could turn to Exhibit 10. It's labeled Notice of Violation. Is this a notice of violation the district issued to the Torrance Refinery?
Yes, upon consultation with my supervisors, I was able to develop this notice of violation, which was issued to Ms. Penny Worsing on October 13th, 2016.
And what is this violation for?
This is for the discharge of such quantities of air contaminants from Flare 65F3 that caused a nuisance to a considerable number of persons or to the public.
Okay, and let's go back to Exhibit 1, which is the proposed order. And have you reviewed this order before?
Yes, I have.
And referring you to page 12, paragraph 6, subsection A. What is the purpose of the refresher training and simulations?
The purpose of refresher training and simulation is to ensure refinery personnel are able to understand what needs to happen during a power outage or an emergency related to flaring and other types of incidents that would impact the community. And the need to have a refresher training is that sometimes policies may change, phone numbers may change, and or general coordination with the city may change during these time periods. And I wanted to ensure that the changes would be addressed at any time.
Okay, and looking at page 13, paragraph 6, subsection B, it refers to a tabletop drill. What is a tabletop drill?
A tabletop drill is a drill that's conducted in a room or several rooms without the deployment of equipment or apparatus. This is a way of having an ability to be able to interact with the city staff, refinery staff, and management to identify what the needs are of the refinery and or the public in case there should be an incident involving flaring or any types of incidents regarding the refinery.
Okay, and it says here that they're to notify you regarding tabletop drill, is that correct?
That's correct, to ensure that it does occur in a timely fashion and addresses the needs of the cities and their residents.
Okay, and based on your understanding of the proposed order, do you believe this order will reduce the likelihood of events similar to the October 11, 2016 event?
I believe that it would reduce the potential for these to occur, but it will not stop potentials for flaring because there are other activities that may not be related to power that could occur.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McDonough?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Mr. Samura, I assume that you agree that the October 11th flaring incident's root cause was a power supply interruption from the Southern California Edison's La Fresa substation, which is the main 66 kilovolt electrical power feed to the refinery?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's all we have.
Mr. Samura, I guess I read it rather quickly, but on page 12, 6A, the refresher training appears to be required once. Is that your intent?
I'm not sure of the term of the order for abatement, and so I'm not sure if it goes over several years. At a minimum, there should be a refresher annually.
And the board doesn't know how frequently these things are done by the refinery. So when should the first one be done? Should we wait 180 days, or should there be a requirement to have that done within a shorter period of time after the issuance of the order?
With the concurrence of the City of Torrance, I would like to say that it be done as soon as possible, because as I understand, there were some issues in regard to the mass notification system that may needs to be worked out between the refinery and the city.
Based on what you know, do you have any idea how soon, as soon as possible, it might be?
Depending on the resources the refinery may have, I do not see any problems with having the tabletop exercise be conducted at least within the next quarter.
Board members? Doctor?
Yes. What about new hires?
For new hires, there are requirements under the Title 8, Section 5192, that whenever there is a new worker, that they be trained to a certain level of competency under HAZWOPER. And so that, at a minimum, a refining worker starts. However, any changes that occur, everyone is required to be informed of any changes under the management of change under process safety management provisions of Title 8, Section 5189.
Thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
In your investigation of this, have they ever had any training of this type?
I would have to defer to the refinery, as I don't keep records of their training.
Okay, so you don't, so your recommendation is not based on them having had some sort of training and maybe it was insufficient, it's just based on a recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I may have missed it, but you described the nature of the complaints, and you also told us about a shelter in place and described some things related to the shelter in place, but do you know what the criteria is for a declaration of shelter in place?
In the fire service, there's two options. It's either an evacuation or a shelter in place whenever there's an imminent hazard. A shelter in place is usually conducted when there is a chemical incident that travels faster than we as residents or businesses can get into our cars and travel. We don't want people stuck in traffic being exposed to chemicals while they're trying to evacuate. The only time we would call an evacuation is if there is an imminent hazard for explosion or overpressurization from a refinery.
A fast-moving chemical, but there's chemicals and there's chemicals. So it's a matter of judgment on the part of the fire department as far as you know?
Usually the decision is made at the incident commander's level in conjunction with the refinery. And once that agreement has been made, the shelter in place is ordered.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Prusay?
The black smoke that you observed, that was caused by a loss of power to the steam injection system? Is that?
My understanding was that there was no steam available at the refinery because there was no way to produce steam during that time period.
because of the electrical power loss?
That's my understanding. Maybe if the staff from the refinery could expand on that, or I think they might be able to provide a better explanation for the loss of that.
Okay. And if there were steam injection and available steam, and that black smoke weren't present, would there have been a notice of violation and a nuisance? from just the
Historically,
flaring?
they would not have had a notice of violation issued because they did all the right notifications, made the unplanned flare event notification, and would be able to control the black smoke with the steam injection. If there is black smoke, there is potential for violations, however.
Do you know, do you know what the usual industry standard is with regard to any kind of backup or redundant system of power for steam generation at a refinery?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that requirement.
And are you here today to give us any opinions on the timeline or the provisions of the stipulated order other than those that you testified on with regard to the training and the tabletop drill?
My specific purpose is to identify what occurred on October 11th and to be able to assist wherever I can when the refinery works with the city's fire department in regards to any drills or emergency notification.
Okay, so specifically, I have a lot of questions with regard to the timelines in this proposed order other than in those provisions that you've now testified to. Are you not a witness
I would not be
to-
the best person for the timelines.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sue, you will have someone to help us along those lines?
Yes, we expect that our expert witness to testify to the timelines.
Thank you. Doctor?
Yeah. You may not be able to answer the question, but is the steam constantly being generated there as a byproduct of other processes going on in the refinery?
As I understand, steam is one of the lifebloods of the refinery because it helps keep things moving. If it solidifies petroleum in piping, it's not a good thing. And so they want to keep systems heated to be able to move product. Also, steam is being generated continuously within the refinery, and they have special boilers and heaters and various devices that are being used to generate steam. Sometimes they don't have enough steam, and they may use the CO boiler, which is actually an air pollution control device at the fluid catalytic cracking unit, as a source of steam as well.
Okay, then I'm a physician, so I don't really quite understand if the steam is there, why didn't the steam go off, why was there such a delay? So that the flare was there without the steam, as you recorded for how many hours before the steam?
I saw smoke being generated approximately between, let's say, 6 and 10 a.m. that morning. And I cannot attest to why there was a lack of steam early on in the event. I was not
Do you
there.
know anybody who can testify to that? We could have some information about that.
I know the Torrance Refinery has a witness here today, and our expert who has worked at other refineries can testify generally to the procedures and processes at a refinery.
That would be helpful. Anything would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Bird?
And I know this probably was asked in a different way, but, my brain thinks a certain way. Ms. Prusak was asking questions about the black smoke, and my understanding, based on the fact that the NOV was only written for a nuisance, was that other than the existence of the black smoke, everything else was in compliance with district rules.
Everything else we are, I guess, not able to pursue because of the breakdown provisions under Rule 430, which prevents us from citing various elements of the rules.
Okay, so the rules, and I guess that's the point I'm trying to get to, that the rules the rules have a breakdown provision. They followed the provisions for the breakdown. They reported, they did everything, but the issue was the nuisance based only on the black smoke.
That's what my understanding is, yes.
Thank you.
Senator?
Mr. Samara, on photo 1, exhibit 6, what was the time frame on that? I didn't mark it down. What date?
I'll tell you exactly.
Not 2:30?
That was for, so for photo 1, that was at 7 a.m.
7 a.m. And that date again, just give it to me.
Hold it a minute.
Okay.
I took some notes, and I wrote down 6:45, and I believe,
Yeah.
I did an approximation.
okay, so the exact time is
The exact time is 7 a.m.
7 a.m. Thank you.
Okay. Can we go, as long as you got your iPhone
Sure.
working and not answering it, can you just go through the times for the rest of the photos?
Oh, sure, yes.
It'll make it easier.
So photo 2. Photo 2 was taken at 7:50 a.m.
7:50.
750.
750.
Thank you. Might as well do the video if you can.
The video was taken at 7:17 a.m.
And photo 4.
That one. October 12th, 2016 at 12:42 p.m.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the refresher training program, you said ASAP, as soon as possible.
Yes.
Although listed in order, 180 days. You also said that maybe this depending on their resources. What about the 180 days or less, making cap 180 days the max? How would you feel about that?
I would feel okay because the tabletop does not require as much resources as a full deployment.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, all of the exhibits have been introduced into evidence and therefore available to be discussed. If someone asks a few questions to you on your resume, it talks about you worked in El Segundo, 1990 to 2014?
Through 2014, yes.
Right. And then the bullet number 2, an environmental safety manager you were at El Segundo. You reported to the media on fire, accidents, and chemical releases.
That's correct.
Were any of those problems associated with the refinery?
Yes, the only refinery we had in our jurisdiction was the Chevron refinery
In El Segundo?
in El Segundo.
Okay. Now, on the 4th bullet, you have, you appointed as local emergency planning committee, 1997 to 2012. Was El Segundo included in that?
I represented the local emergency planning committee as a volunteer basis under the federal requirements under the emergency planning community right to know programs.
And Torrance was included in that as well?
Torrance, yes, would have been included, yes.
Okay. Now, on the governor appointed you to a position also, 2015?
Earlier, I think 2012, 2013,
2013?
yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of that appointment?
There were two fires and/or explosions related to refineries both in Northern and Southern California that caused alarm to the governor, and the governor required various state and local agencies and representatives of air districts to convene to develop rules, regulations, and increased surveillance of these types of refineries.
In 2013 in Southern California, where was that fire? Where did it take place?
That was at the El Segundo fluid catalytic cracking unit, where the selective catalytic reduction unit blew off the top of the roof of the fluid catalytic cracking unit, hit power lines, and shut power down at the refinery.
Was that the refinery you're talking about?
That was the refinery in my jurisdiction.
Your jurisdiction. Okay. The steam, are you familiar with the refinery knowledge, the basic exhibits?
I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, if I may make a comment, that is a PowerPoint presentation prepared by our expert consultant, and when he's testifying, he will go over the PowerPoint
It will?
presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, Ms. Prusek?
I see on your CV, and I'm trying to remember when you were testifying, when did you first start covering the refinery as an inspector, this refinery?
There was a training period. I started working for the district in May, but I was given the refinery as my responsibility, I believe I said September of 2015.
Okay. And have you noticed, or based on your review of the past records of inspection, are the 3 outages that occurred in 2016, is that a lot more than has occurred in the past?
That seems to be more than what I've experienced at other refineries. The only other time that I've experienced that type of frequency was back in 2006 when the Department of Water and Power lost power to the various Los Angeles City refineries where the entire sky was dark.
And I asked this question in a different way, but do you know if your experience with not seeing such or so many or such frequent outages at refineries have to do with redundant backup power systems in place, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, the refinery I had within my jurisdiction in El Segundo did not have as many flare activities, and my thoughts were, at least at this time, were that because they had significant cogeneration capabilities, that they were able to cover any power outages. However, I've been told that that's not necessarily the case, so I may be corrected, but that was my understanding at that time.
Okay, so that was your understanding. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sure.
You've been with the district since 2015, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any previous failures to your knowledge, and for what reason, if any?
Could you restate that?
To your knowledge as an inspector, have you noticed any other failures at that site, at that refinery?
I've noticed a few failures within their fluid catalytic cracking units, catalyst system, in that there is or are leaks of catalyst within their ductwork, and I believe that their plans are to submit plans to make changes to that ductwork at the 4th stage separator of their fluid catalytic cracking unit.
What do you mean by their plans?
I believe that they plan on approaching the board for possibly a time period to be able to make repairs to that unit.
Have you had the occasion to write an NOV against this refinery at any point in time during your service?
During my point in time, I do plan on issuing what's called a Title V deviation, which goes on their annual notice of violation if there were violations occurring that previous calendar year. And so that would be on that.
You have not done that yet.
No, this would be for the 2016 calendar year that I would be doing this for.
Is that, are we to expect that is forthcoming?
Since this is a legal matter, I'm not sure whether I could say.
Don't answer then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sumura? Apparently not. Thank you very much. Your answer is very responsive, precise, succinct. We appreciate it. Thank you. Board will take a recess at this point for lunch. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. Going back in time. Lots of things we can do, but not that. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. We're back on the record. Previously, Ms. Sue indicated that respondent would take the next turn with a witness. Mr. McDonough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it pleases the board, we have two exhibits, an Exhibit A and Exhibit B.
Okay.
Actually, yes, in that lunch, I'll give you a few extras. There's actually a bunch of extras out.
Madam Clerk, we're going to want the Alma when we're back on the call.
Strange name.
Yeah,
No,
okay, I mean,
I'm gonna project it.
yeah, for the display, it should come through, yeah.
I hope.
So we
it's
can
gonna
use
project.
the mouse. Okay.
Mr. McDonough has distributed two aerial photographs properly identified as Exhibits A and B. They'll be so marked for identification. Mr. McDonough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Mr. Sneer, you've previously been sworn in this matter, is that right?
Yes, I will.
Could you please provide your name for the board and spell your last name for the record?
Meir Sneer, last name S-N-I-R.
And what is your position at the Torrance Refinery?
I am the reliability manager.
And what is your role as reliability manager at the refinery?
M-E-I-R. That's correct.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry. So in your position as reliability manager, what is your role at the refinery? What do you do in that position?
My primary role is to oversee technical and engineering issues with the goal of improving reliability for the refinery.
Okay, and can you provide us your educational background?
I have a master's degree in mechanical engineering, and I am a licensed registered professional engineer with the state of California.
Okay. Now, hopefully we can bring up on your screens Exhibit A. We are plugged into the system here.
We're plugged in here.
If there's anything else we need to do to bring it up.
Can you bring us on?
We're off the record.
Yep, that's the one.
Back on the record.
That was quick.
That's all it took.
Okay, so, yeah, let the record reflect that Exhibit A, Respondent's Exhibit A, is up on the screens for the board to see and for the public to see. Mr. Sneer, do you see the slide we've introduced here entitled Respondent's Exhibit A?
Yes, I do.
And what are we looking at here?
We're looking for a picture of the power distribution delivery to the refinery.
Is this an overhead view of the refinery in the surrounding area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and on that basis, I'd like to submit this as into evidence as Respondent's Exhibit A without objection.
Exhibit A is in evidence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sneer, could you, using slide 1, Exhibit A, and your pointer on the screen there, please help the board explain how the refinery receives power from Edison?
So looking at the, sorry about that. Looking at the blue line, I'm searching for my pointer.
Yeah, there you
Okay.
go.
This blue line, this is the line that basically supply 220,000 volts of power to the region. And from the 220,000 volts, through a transformer in the La Fresa substation that is owned by SCE, the 220,000 volt, which we call 220 kV, is transformed into 66 kV, and that is represented, I'm trying to get the pointer, in this area here, and then via 12 overhead line, that is represented by this red line, is delivered all the way to the refinery property into two substations, which we call one compressed and one mobile.
Okay, and just to help, I'm sorry, just to help the board orient, the refinery, can you point out where the refinery is located in this picture?
The refinery is located right here. This is 190, so the refinery is right below that. It doesn't go far enough here.
Okay, so if I understand your testimony correctly, the blue line represents a 220 kilovolt line that feeds power to separate La Fresa substation and a 66 kilovolt line represented by the red line?
That's correct.
Okay, and that red line, vertical red line, is connecting the La Fresa substation with the refinery substations via that red line into the square at the bottom?
That's correct, via 12 different cables.
Okay, and then from mobile and compressed substations, where does power go from there?
At that point, the system is transformed again from the 66 kV to 12.8 kV, and then basically distributed throughout the refinery to different units and different equipment.
Okay, go ahead.
I forgot to mention one more and perhaps important thing is right here at the 66 kV area. We share that bus, what we call a bus, which is basically just an extension for connection, with 60,000 plus other customers. So we're not the only one on that system at the moment.
And how much of this system that you just described to us is exposed to atmosphere?
Just about all of it is exposed to the atmosphere as overhead system.
Okay.
So there are no buildings that this is indoor.
Okay. For those on the board who may not understand the relationship between the electric lines and substation, maybe you can help provide an analogy, perhaps how our houses receive power would be helpful.
So think about it as your own home. Power comes to the neighborhood. There's a transformer, then divide that power to each individual home, and then all the power, all the system up to your home is owned by the utility. And basically what we typically use in a home is we plug into the system and run our TVs, our computers, and so forth.
Okay.
This is very similar.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then on Exhibit A, then going back to Exhibit A, how much of this system that you just described is owned and operated by Edison?
So the La Fresa substation and the overhead lines all the way to compress and mobile substations is owned by SCE, and most of the transformer, we have approximately 80 transformer in the yard. At least half of them, perhaps even more, are basically owned by Edison.
Okay.
When I say owned, they maintain them and they service them.
Okay. So going back to Exhibit A, maybe you can help explain to the board also, why does the electricity system start at 220 kV but then steps down to 66 kV? What's the purpose of that?
Well, it's 220 kV is not the power that is useful for our equipment. Our equipment needs to go to more the 4,000 volts or 480 volts. So you have to have means to reduce that power to something that is useful for us.
And that's what the transformer does?
That's what the transformer does.
Okay, and maybe you can also help explain to the board, if we were out in this community looking at the 220 kilovolt lines, what would we be seeing? I mean, what do they physically look like?
There'll be like major cables. There'll be overhead connected through towers. You may see some insulators that help keep these cables above ground overhead. But just typical cabling that the power or utility is using to deliver power to the neighborhood.
And these 220 kilovolt lines are these the lines that are located maybe 50, 60 feet or more up in the air on these massive transmission towers?
The higher the voltage, the 220 kV, have basically taller towers, greater distance between the lines, and more insulating material between the cables.
Okay, and how does that contrast with the 66 kilovolt lines that come from La Fresa and connect you to the mobile and compressed substations?
So the space or the distance between the cables and the towers is smaller, so that there's a higher likelihood that any kind of weather condition or perhaps a minor balloon may get lodged in that and cause a problem.
Are these 66 kilovolt lines closer down to the ground?
They're also close to the ground.
Okay, so you were talking a bit about reliability, so let's talk about how reliability on each of these lines is determined. So you talked about the entire system being exposed to the atmosphere. So what types of external causes can cause a power interruption on these lines?
Any kind of weather conditions such as wind, rain, or any stormy conditions that may have a branch of a tree fall on it can impact it. Mylar balloon that is conductive. Sometimes animals can, all of these can affect the reliability of the system in a negative way.
Okay, and for all of these sort of factors that can affect the system, is there any way for the refinery to predict those outages before they happen?
There's no way to predict it. We basically have to cope with the situation, so it happens almost instantaneously, and all we can do is respond and cope with the situation.
Okay, and so can the refinery have any control over whether the power goes out?
We do not.
How about how quickly Edison can restore the power to you?
It all depends on the kind of event. Some of these events are fairly quick because their relay system, basically transferring the load or the power from one system to another system, is within the time that we can survive. Mm-hmm. And many times it is outside that range and we basically are out of luck and we have to shut down.
Okay, so you talked a little bit about how the refinery copes with these outages that are sort of beyond your control. Let's talk about what happens in the case of an outage. First of all, why don't we start with the basic principle. What electrically causes an outage at the refinery?
So any kind of what the industry calls a sag, that is basically the duration of that disturbance, as well as the amount of power loss from nominal. Depending on the combination of these two, will dictate whether you have a minor impact or whether you have a large impact on the refinery, such as complete shutdown.
Okay, so let's take those one at a time. For what you're calling a minor impact, what does that look like at the refinery?
So each refinery or each plant is going to be different, but our refinery can survive approximately 1/10 to about 1/8 of a second. If you correlate that with number of cycles, the electric industry is using cycles, so there's about 60 cycles per second. We can survive somewhere in the 7 to 8 cycles. That is basically a flicker. To the residential consumer, this may mean nothing. They just notice the light flicker. But for us, is basically the line where beyond that, we have to shut down.
And so when you say that you can sort of survive a 7 to 8 cycle loss, what does survive mean?
Surviving meaning we have approximately 1,400 motor-driven compressors and pumps. We have a lot more electrical systems such as fans, but these are the critical items. These motors basically drive pumps, which drive the products such as water or the hydrocarbons. They will trip off about the 7 or 8 cycles. So if I stay within the 7 or 8 cycles, I may have a dozen of these motors or pumps trip, and I have to find a way to restart. I have to identify and find a way to restart it. But longer than that, basically all 1,400 come down.
So if I understand you right, in a 7 to 8 cycle, which you said is roughly 1/10 to 1/8 of a second, it's not necessarily the case that the refinery would lose all of its units.
That's correct.
Okay, and in that sort of what you're calling a flicker situation, what does the refinery do to manage its units in such a way that it loses as few as possible?
So if it's within that 7 or 8 cycle, operation or operators will go out and find out that they may have a signal in their control screen to identify which equipment tripped actually, and they'll go and try to either remotely start it or manually come to the equipment and restart it. And oftentimes it is successful.
Okay, is it a given in every situation of a flicker that you'll absolutely have flaring?
No, it's not, but it's a possibility, but it's not guaranteed. Yeah. We may be able to survive without any kind of flaring.
Does your facility have any sort of loss of power procedures that kick in when you have these sort of flickers?
We do have, and we practice several different power loss and shutdown procedures. That's part of the training that our operating people receive.
You heard some questions before about uninterruptible power supply, or UPS. Can you talk about the role that UPS plays when you have a flicker situation? What does UPS help you do?
So UPS is very similar to the backup power that you have on your computer. It has a finite time that it can supply power. It may be an hour, maybe 2 hours. And the purpose of that is to be able to bring the key equipment, the critical equipment, in an orderly manner to safe condition. It is not intended to give us the equivalent power that we get from Edison or from the utility. So it is much smaller volume of power, and it's for a fairly short time.
So if I understand you right, these UPS units are not like some external massive battery that can power all of the units at the refinery in a power outage?
That's correct. It is basically intended for the critical system and for the operators to basically act as a way to find out how to bring the equipment safely to safe condition.
So as between the two outages, and we'll talk about the longer outage in a minute, but between those outages that are less than 7 cycles and those that are more than 7 cycles, what would you say are the majority of the outage events the refinery experiences?
The majority of the events fall into this 7 or 8 cycles. Not all of them, like the events that were described this morning, but the majority of them will be within the 7 or 8 cycles.
Okay, so would, for example, September 18th be a good example of a power flicker that the facility had?
That's a very good example. That lasted less than 1/10 of a second. In fact, we believe it was 5 cycles. We lost about half a dozen motors, half a dozen pumps. We were able to restart within a couple hours and minimize the flaring and back to operation within a few hours. Yeah.
Did the refinery employ its loss of power procedures in that situation?
We did employ typical shutdown and assessment procedure and follow the restart properly.
And was the refinery able to isolate the issue and avoid any flaring?
I believe there was some flaring, a minor flaring, but I do not know how extensive it was.
Was there any further shutdown of units besides the 6 units you described?
The 6 piece of equipment, no.
Okay. Now let's talk about, so we talked about short flicker type outages that are less than 7 cycles. Now let's talk about the other type of outage. So when you have a loss of power that's greater than 7 cycles, which again, we said roughly 1/10 to 1/8 of a second, what happens at the refinery?
So basically, all of the equipment comes down. So remember, I have at least 1,400 items that tripped and shut down. And so anything over that 7 or 8 cycles, I think the events that you're talking about lasted a second or even longer.
Mr. Chairman?
For us, it's an eternity.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator?
Yeah. The response from the respondent is covering some of the items listed that this attorney for the district is going to put on. Well, they have not completed that case yet, have they?
No, they asked to do it out of order.
They asked to do it out of order. Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in this sort of longer than 7 cycle outage you were talking about, does that mean you lose all lighting in your facility?
We could lose, it depends if it's beyond a certain time, like in the case where we lost power for 26 minutes, yeah, you lose even the power.
Would you also lose power in that case to your steam units?
Yes.
Right, so in other words, a full and complete loss of power, no other powered units available to continue the operation of producing the product?
That's correct.
Okay. What about, so if you're in a situation where you're just coping like that and you've lost power to all of the units, how do the units then safely shut down if you can't control them?
So via the UPS, we still have enough power to be able to control the critical equipment and orderly shut down the equipment so we do not face any safety events. And then after that, we go and assess the equipment. We basically walk the system, the piping, the vessels, the pumps, to make sure that when and if we regain the power, we'll be able to restart it safely.
Is the equipment also equipped with automatic fail-safes that bring the equipment
Yes.
down even without your intervention?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And again, you've said this before, let's just reiterate. Your UPS systems that you described in this sort of full-type outage, is your UPS system capable of providing the power that would be needed to continue operation?
No, I could not, because the typical power usage for the refinery is 100 megawatt. And our UPS system is not even a fraction of that.
Okay, but you described the UPS system as keeping your instrumentation on, that's sort of your eyes and ears on what's coming down?
That's correct.
Okay. You heard questions today about flaring. In a full power outage like what you're describing, is there any way for the facility to avoid flaring?
Not that I'm aware of. You have to release all these gases that are at high temperature, they're expanding, and we have to find a way for it to relieve the system so that we remain safe and the community remains safe.
And you described this as remaining safe. How does the flaring act as a safety measure to protect the community and the
The
refinery?
flare allows us to release all the gases or all the hydrocarbons and any kind of dangerous chemical into burn them and basically combust them so that they do not become a danger or unsafe for the community and for the employees.
So you heard the questions before about steam injection. Why doesn't the refinery inject steam in a full power outage when the flaring is occurring?
We do, but we have limited supply of steam as equipment shuts down. As you can imagine, when we lose power, I also lose power to my boiler feed water pumps. These pumps are necessary so I can supply water to where I need to boil and convert the water into steam. So I run out of time, and eventually I have to flare, and I'm not going to be able to have enough steam supplied to eliminate or reduce the flaring.
So all of those steam units are still reliant on the same power that Edison provides to the rest of the refinery? Is there any source of, say, backup power or backup steam that could kick on in the event of a power outage?
We are looking at these sort of things to see if there is any way, but it's not, because the whole steam delivery system is so complicated. It's not just that we have boilers that we generate, we also have waste heat that we generate. So we have to figure a way how to be able to sustain the steam and if it's even feasible.
Right. So these sort of full outages we're talking about, let's talk about a few examples of that. So September 19th, there was I understand that was a full shutdown, more than 7 cycles lost to the refinery?
Yeah, this was actually a cluster of 3 events, all within 1 hour and 5 minutes. They were all associated with fog that created an environment for arc flashing. The longest lasted 1.4 seconds. That's more than 90 cycles. That's way out of line of what we can survive. And so, and then there were 2 subsequent events. The last one was shorter, but the second one was also about 1 second. So that too did not enable us to survive. So these events are a good example of an event that we cannot survive, basically.
And in that event on September 19th, did you have any control over the loss of power?
We did not.
And because of the duration of the power loss, was the facility able to begin the process of restarting relatively quickly?
Well, we started assessing the equipment right away, but then we were hit with the second wave and then the third wave. So we had to actually try it 3 or 4 times before we were able to look at the startup procedure. But that took us a few days. It was not something we're able to restart within the same day.
And again, do you get any warning in advance about when power is going to go off or when it's restored?
We do not. Typically, we do not get any warning, and sometimes we are aware of the event before Edison is even aware of it.
Okay, so you're sort of at the mercy of the system. Let's talk about the October 11th, which is the event that the district talked about in their testimony. So again, is the October 11th outage an example of a complete outage, more than 7 cycles?
Yeah, that was 26 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So, and 100% of the power was lost. In fact, many of the lighting went down, it was black. This is somewhat unusual event, that length, but that will be the extreme of losing power from your utility.
This was another loss of power that the refinery had no control over causing.
No control.
Did you ever learn what the cause of the October 11th outage was?
As we understand it, there was some maintenance work by Edison, and there was some wiring issues, so they attributed it to human error.
Okay, so again, looking at our Exhibit A, the La Fresa substation, if you could maybe point that out on the pointer?
The work was done right in this section right here.
Okay, so if I'm right, then the power outage affected the red lines that extend immediately below the La Fresa substation?
That's correct.
And you lost the 66 kilovolt supply of power from that substation?
Correct.
Okay. In both of these outages, September 19th, October 11th, was the facility able to successfully implement its loss of power procedures and prevent loss of containment?
We were.
Okay. Did the refinery also file immediately for emergency variances to allow immediate restart of the units?
As best I know, that we filed all the necessary paperwork and communicated to all agencies, agencies such as the Torrance Fire Department, and I believe there was even more agencies notified.
Okay. And before we move on, just to summarize, what is the goal of implementing the loss of power procedures and the other things that the refinery does, whether it's a short or a full outage? What is it that the refinery is trying to accomplish with those procedures?
The goal is to be able to bring the equipment down safely without damaging anything, without impacting the community, minimizing flaring, and be able to, when time recovers, be able to restart the equipment safely.
And do you communicate and coordinate with Edison on these outages?
We communicate with them continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We get notification if and when they do any work, which may affect us or may impact us. And as soon as we experience an event, we text them and notify them. So we actually have a protocol of call-out and communication.
Why is it important for the facility to have as much notice as it can about when power is going to be restored?
Because we need to get ready for that, and if that's going to take more than a few seconds, we may need to take additional moves or steps in order to secure the equipment and be ready for that.
Okay.
For example, it may get cold by the time we need to restart it. We need to find a way to heat it up back.
I see. So I'd like to then move now to the stipulated order that's been marked as and moved into evidence's Exhibit 1 of the district's exhibits. So let me ask you, just as a preliminary question, so in response to these outages, September 18th, 19th, October 11th, has the refinery done anything with Edison to try to address them?
Yes, we have been meeting with Edison, with their technical experts, and with our technical experts on a weekly basis, at least weekly basis, sometimes more often, to try to come with a solution how to deal with these events, how to eliminate them. And we have looked at many options and come up with a solution.
Now, why does the refinery need to work with Edison at all? Can the refinery just implement these changes on its own?
Well, there's very few things that we can do ourselves, but since our lifeline is that 220,000 volt line, and Edison owns that line, we have to get them to agree to help us connect to that system.
I see. And now maybe we'll move to Exhibit B. And just for the purpose of the record, this is Respondent's Exhibit B. Mr. Sneer, maybe you can describe to us what we're looking at here.
So this is also an overview of the refinery, and I want to draw your attention to that blue line that I mentioned in the previous slide. So that's part of the 220,000 volt line that Edison owns.
In the very upper left corner of the graphic?
Yeah. So this is the same line, but it's slightly different geographic location to where we connect to the 66 kV. And
I guess for the orientation of the board, this may be helpful. Uh-oh.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the board's orientation, could you, with your pointer, show them roughly where the boundaries of the refinery are in this picture, just so they know what they're looking at?
Yeah, so 190 will be somewhere here.
Above the top of the graphic?
Top is north, and west is on the left side. This is Prairie Avenue, and
Towards the left side of the graphic.
toward the left, yeah.
Okay, and maybe roughly trace out where the boundaries of the facility extend. Oop,
Sorry.
that's all right. There you go. Okay. Sorry, we're having technical problems. Yeah, back on Exhibit B, and maybe you can just point with your pointer the rough boundaries of the facility.
So the boundary will be, I don't know what I'm touching here. But maybe I can just describe it. Okay. So the boundary will be the upper left corner, just under that white elliptical circle there, going along the diagonal that represent a railroad, and then to the east or to the right, you see some tanks, and then the refinery more to the right, just about the right edge of that of the exhibit.
So roughly, this entire graphic, with the exception of the right triangle in the lower left corner, is the refinery?
That's
Site.
correct, but with the exception of the bottom left.
That's right, that's right. So using this slide then, could you describe to the board what the plan in the stipulated order envisions with respect to build-out of infrastructure?
So the idea is you recall that the current setup is with overhead lines, and we are proposing to connect to this 220 with an underground line crossing into our refinery property, and somewhere in this cloud area put a switching station, and that will be the demarcation between Edison and PBF, or our refinery, and then going through through the underground line, and that's represented by these dash or dotted line, all the way to a substation here, all underground, where we will eventually connect through the blue lines here back into our 66 kV system and supply with the existing infrastructure the refinery with power. So the advantage here is that we are making the connection, instead of being overhead, we're making the connection underground, so we're not exposed to weather or animals or any other kind of disturbances, and then utilizing the existing system for phase one to deliver the power to the units.
Okay, so let's take that apart. There's a lot in there. So going back to where the 220 kilovolt lines come into this picture in the top left corner of the screen, where you have the square that says existing SCE, 220 kV, Redondo. So at that point, the proposal then is to wire down to what you described as a new switching station along what I would call the left side of the top left corner in the cloud area. Somewhere in that vicinity would be where the switching station would go?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a new switching station, not something that's there
That's
already.
correct.
So then from there, the lines would continue into the refinery, and what you described was a 35 kilovolt main substation, which is roughly in the middle of the picture, a little to the right?
That's correct. So from 220, so the delivery of power all the way from Edison will be at 220 up to this substation, and it's going to end up via transformers to 35 kV.
Okay, and then from that transformer, 35 kilovolt would continue around the facility's right side or eastern edge all the way up to what's labeled 35 kV to 66 kV
Correct.
substation?
So now we're going, so the first step was to reduce from 220 kV to 35 kV, and then bring it temporarily back to 66 to be able to utilize the existing system.
Okay, and these two substations I described, are those going to need to be built, or are they already there?
They're going to have to be built.
Okay, and why have the voltage go from 35 back up to 66 kV?
Because we want to utilize the existing system and start getting some of the benefit of these underground lines, and it will take us longer time to divert from this 35 kV directly to our unit.
Okay.
So this is just an interim solution until we get the rest of the refinery segregated properly.
You talked about these lines being underground. What's the benefit of having the 220 kilovolt lines and then the rest of this running underground?
So being underground, of course, we're not subject to any weather condition. We're not subject to any kind of falling objects such as branches from trees or any other disturbances like animals. So that you get a lot more protection. And the reason we're going up beyond that is because we want to utilize the existing system so it doesn't take us too long of a time to implement this solution.
You talked about these lines being dedicated and really this whole system that you've described being dedicated. What's the advantage of having a dedicated system?
So a dedicated system allows me to be segregated from the 60,000 plus customers. Each one of them can affect us. So when there's a disturbance in any kind of neighborhood, even at lower voltage, there is a chance that it's going to impact the refinery. Being on a dedicated system, we are free from that.
So this system would essentially isolate you. Maybe we can go back a slide to Exhibit A. This system would essentially isolate you then from the La Fresa substation and the red line you described down to the mobile and compressed substation?
That's correct. So that entire section going, I think this will work here if I can. So all the way from La Fresa, see here, the red line, all the way into the refinery will not be needed anymore.
Okay, and again, that's the line you described as being shared with 60,000 odd other residents?
Well, at the moment, that is the connection to La Fresa of these 12 overhead line is shared with 60,000 plus customers.
Right. You heard questions before about redundancy in these lines. Do these lines, as described, have redundancy built in?
Yeah, the current system has the redundancy, and the new system will have the redundancy. The reason we have 12 lines delivering the 66 kV to the refinery, that's already a redundant system. But the reason we have issues with is not because there's lack of redundancy, but because the supply line, the source of the energy, is being impacted.
And how do you know, you said before that you expect this new system on the 220 kV line to be much more reliable than the current 66 kV lines you use. How do you know that it's going to be so much more reliable?
We have looked at the last 5 years of key events. We have identified 21 events. Of these 21 events, 18 had to do something with the 66 kV. Only 3 events had to do with the 220 kV.
Events being power outage events of any kind.
Correct. And the 220 kV were all under the 8 cycles.
So 18 out of the 21 events over this 5-year period were due to faults or issues on the 66 kV line.
Correct.
And again, you said this plan will completely bypass
Correct.
that line. So in terms of the result to the facility, do you have any expectations about how much less outage you could expect as a result of this plan being implemented?
Yeah, so the first phase that is basically involved connecting to the 220, the new 220 location, and bring it underground into our substation, and then connecting to the existing system. I estimate that we'll see a benefit of at least 50% reduction in these events. These events related to electrical disturbances, not any other disturbances.
Okay, and that's just building out the system you've described so far, more than a 50% increase in reliability.
Correct. The second phase, where we actually take from the new substation and segregate into the unit, that will give us another 30-40% benefit of reduction. So I would expect in total upper of 90% improvement.
Okay, so let's talk about phase 2, because what you've described so far is essentially what you've been calling the first phase, or phase 1. But let's talk about phase 2. So once this sort of the backbone of this new network is constructed and permitted, what does the phase 2 of this work involve?
So phase 2 involves going into...
And for the record, we're back on Exhibit B.
Going back into these 220 kV substations, where we're going to transform the power to 35 and deliver through 35 kV all the way to each unit in a segregated way. So each unit is going to have its own system rather than intertwined with another unit.
So this is essentially, phase 2 is the tie-in of all of the actual refinery units directly to the 35 kV line?
Correct.
By doing that, will there be any need for the 66 kV substation or lines anymore?
We will not. We will not need it.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about, in the order, there's this discussion of the phase 1 and phase 2 work, but is there anything in addition to all of this infrastructure work you just described that the refinery is also going to do with respect to improving reliability?
We're also looking, because this is going to take us a little time to get there, if there's any other opportunities to enhance our UPS system, to see if we can have UPS assigned to system that currently may lack it. So we're going to evaluate that. Also, we're looking at ways to survive longer than that 7 or 8 cycles. So we have actually initiated that study, but we're in the very early stages, trying to identify what are the components or systems that we need to look, and perhaps they'll give us a little bit longer time before we actually trip the refiner or suffer any kind of consequences.
So you heard questions before also about the steam system and how the steam is used at the facility to control smoking from the flares. Will the refinery also be looking at its steam systems and boiler feed?
We will definitely be looking at that. Keep in mind that steam is used today, and not only in our refinery, all refineries, to be able to deal with the smoke, the black smoke that comes during flaring event. So we'll be looking at the steam needs and the way to supply the steam into the flare when it's needed. But we have to study that. We have to evaluate what equipment we need and what is the capacity and what is the amount of steam that we can produce versus how much of the steam is needed to deal with these events.
But to be clear, and as you said before, even the steam system in those units require power, correct?
Even because, as you can imagine, to produce the steam, I need water, I need boiler feed water, and that water is pumped through with the aid of motors, and these motors need power to be able to deliver the water to the right place.
In addition to these steps, have you looked at further minimizing flaring by modifying the amount of hydrogen that goes to the flare?
Right, that's another thing that we're looking at because a great deal of the what people have observed during these events that we talked earlier is due to release of hydrogen. And hydrogen, we have to find a place for the hydrogen, and the best way to do it is to release it and vent it to the atmosphere.
So let's talk about in a little more detail there. So how would the release of hydrogen to the atmosphere directly help you reduce flaring?
Well, as I'm venting the hydrogen and I'm incorporating it into my flare system, I may be disturbing anything in the system and maybe releasing other than hydrogen into the atmosphere, and then I end up with causing some kind of flaring event. But if the hydrogen is released on its own and vented into the atmosphere, I shouldn't have any of that impact.
If you're successful in being able to release hydrogen directly to the atmosphere, what would you expect the impact to be on flaring duration and intensity during power outages?
We should see a reduction in the duration and the extent of the flare.
Okay, you also heard questions from the district about training and whether there's going to be additional training or, in some cases, refresher training to personnel on loss of power procedures, et cetera. Can you talk to whether this plan would include additional training for your people?
Yeah, I mean, training is always good, and you want to practice and retrain in the individual chain, so you want to do that. But you have to do it in such a way that there's a benefit. So I think I heard someone mention a table training. We need to actually design that and make sure that it's tailored specifically for our event.
So even in the absence, even if this order were not before us, the refinery is always training and retraining its people on response to loss of power situations? Absolutely. Let's talk a little about timeframes. So as to the phases we talked about, phase 1, phase 2, and the sort of additional refinery work you're talking about, when would you expect to start implementing the actions described in the order?
Well, phase 1 is actually, we kicked it off. We actually funded Edison to study what's the best way to make the connection to the 220. So it's actually underway, and we expected in a few months to get some preliminary results. After that, once we establish the details of the location, we can start developing the engineering for the specific equipment. Keep in mind, some of the equipment, such as transformers, from the moment you finish designing it, may take anywhere from 14 months, upward of 14 months before they actually fabricated and shipped back to the site, and then I can only start installing it. So it's a lengthy process to get. These are major and very expensive pieces of equipment.
What about other agency approvals? Are you dependent on other agency approvals to make this system happen?
We are hoping to get the city of Torrance to be the lead agency, but we'll definitely have to approach agencies such as the California Public Utility Commission to get their permission to tie into the 220 system.
And to be clear, is that something that Edison needs to do and cooperate with?
That will be done by Edison with our assistance and support.
Okay. From your discussions with Edison, roughly speaking, in terms of the Phase 1 work, not the tie-ins in Phase 2, but just the Phase 1 work, what is your rough anticipation of how long it will take to get this into place?
I believe there's going to be about 2.5 years, 2 to 2.5 years. But the specific time will have to be determined. We actually have the detailed engineering. We place the order. We actually get a commitment from the manufacturer when they're going to deliver to us.
Okay, and again, that 2.5 years takes into account fabrication of equipment, approvals by agencies, coordination with Edison, and all of the things that go along with actually building the system.
Correct.
Okay, and then let's talk about Phase 2. So Phase 2 you described as the tie-in of your units with the backbone of this system. How long would it likely take to tie in all of the units at the refinery?
This is going to have to be in sync with our equipment, with our unit shutdown. So some of the units run 5 or 6 years, so we're going to have to coordinate and make sure that the cutover, we're going to fabricate and build it probably earlier, but the time where we're actually going to make the cutover has to be done when the units are de-energized for safety reasons. So that may take 5, 6, 7 years to complete.
So why can't any of the work that you described in Phase 1 and Phase 2 be expedited even further from the timeframes provided in the order?
Some of the things that we're talking about are highly complex. It involves a lot of safety features. We have to make sure that we are in compliance with the agencies such as the Public Utility Commission. The logic and rationale, how you energize and de-energize, how you service and maintain the equipment, these are highly complex. And remember, we're talking about 220,000 volts. So this takes time and takes a lot of experts to get into one place and to agree how best to execute it.
Will any parts of this system require approval or permitting from the district?
There may be some elements that may require approval. For example, if we have identified items that may be required to be backup systems, such as perhaps instrument air, or maybe some backup power for a specific critical item, we may have to come to the district and ask for a permit for that.
And does the order provide a process for the refinery to work together with Edison and the district to identify those potential approvals?
Yes.
Okay, let's also talk about the final sort of leg of the three-legged stool here, which is the additional refinery work you mentioned. The order provides for timeframes for some of those studies to take place. In one case, Ms. Prusak talked about a year for one of the studies for additional enhancements. Why does the refinery need a year to complete that study?
Well, actually, a year is an extremely aggressive schedule. It's, first of all, you have to gather all the facts. You have to understand what you're dealing with, what you have, and then you have to explore, perhaps model, and these things do take time. Speeding up may lead you to make a mistake and then later on be very sorry for that. So to me, a year to accomplish some of these studies is actually a fairly aggressive schedule.
And in terms of the overall process, you know, you've talked about the fact that some of the upgrades are ambitious and won't be completed for some time. Do you believe that the order sets up a workable and good process for these upgrades to happen?
Yeah, I mean, we have a golden opportunity here that you have Edison, the city of Torrance, you have the district, and our refinery all aligned behind making these improvements. I think that it's a perfect atmosphere. I think there's tremendous amount of cooperation between the different elements, and I'm absolutely confident that we're going to make a dramatic improvement, not just some improvement, a dramatic improvement here.
Does any part of this order allow the refinery to avoid the work simply by paying a fine or money?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you actually have to perform this infrastructure work under the order, correct? Finally, if the refinery had the system that you're proposing in the order in place over the last 5 years, how many of the outage events that you experienced would you have likely had?
None.
That's it from us.
Would you ask the question again? I didn't.
I'm sorry, the question was, if I can remember my wording right, if they had the system in place now, I'm sorry, if they had the system in place over the last 5 years that they're proposing in the order, how many of the outages that they experienced in the last 5 years would they have actually experienced with this system in place? And I think his answer was 0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Sue, questions for witness?
No questions from the district.
Board members? Ms. Byrd?
I had some other questions, and I'll have to come back to it, but I was just following up on that last question. None of the outages would have taken place, none of the electrically related outages? Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I'll come back to it in a second.
How much will all this cost?
It's a little bit early because we do not have the final design, but I can tell you it's going to be upwards of tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, the outages this would have prevented had all of this been in place. How much did that cost Exxon and
I don't have a final number for each one of these events, but again, we talk about tens of millions of dollars. Each event, it's a significant event. And besides the cost, there's a human cost to that because we are responding to that. It creates a lot of stress for people and pull them away from families. But again, they're in the millions.
more than the cost of the equipment and the project?
It's a little bit too early for me to nail it that closely, but I venture to say it's either close or maybe slightly more than the equipment cost.
Ms. Prusak?
Your testimony made me very nervous about how this entire refinery runs on electric power and how dependent it is upon it. But I'm particularly interested in the steam units and the required power for steam injection into the flare, because flaring is going to naturally occur whenever there's a power outage. So can you explain how or if UPS could help the entire system of steam creation and injection?
So we're talking about, let's make sure that I understand your question. The UPS you're talking about is the backup power for the orderly shutdown of equipment.
Okay.
If I have the UPS, and I do have UPS at the refinery, and if the outage is not involving a complete power loss of the refinery, but maybe something more local, I may lose some pumps or compressors, I should have sufficient steam in the plant to be able to send it to the flare and minimize the flaring, or certainly limit the amount of black smoke that you will see. But in the event that I have a complete power outage where I lose the entire refinery, there's not enough steam that I can send to the flare to be able to deal with that.
So
The volume is so enormous that I need to send to the flare to be able to deal with that. Remember, the entire refinery is shutting down, and I'm venting a lot of the stuff through the flare.
So every single time there is a power outage of a second or so or more, there's a complete shutdown, and we should see black smoke out the flare?
Over a second, you'll have a complete shutdown.
And we should see black smoke outside the flare?
Typically, you will see. Now, if I recover within a shorter time, within a second or two, the duration of the flaring may be less.
In that 21 events that you outlined for us. That was over a 5-year timeframe?
5-year period.
Okay. How many of those were complete shutdowns?
Well, I know that 3 of them were complete shutdown, but I don't have it in front of me. I don't have the actual number.
So only,
The 3 that
you
I
know
remember,
3.
I know of 3, but perhaps there are more.
Would you have any idea of, did every one of the complete shutdowns result in black smoke from the flare?
I do not know that for a fact, but I would imagine.
Can you tell us, I'm a layperson when it comes to engineering and UPS and et cetera, but I'm trying to understand, is it your testimony that there is no backup source of power that can be off the grid that can ensure that steam injection can still occur in the event of a complete shutdown of power and flaring?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Maybe you can rephrase it, but you're talking about steam or you're talking about UPS?
I'm talking about, I'm very concerned about the fact that you're saying that in a complete shutdown of power, there is automatically flaring, that's a safety aspect, but that steam injection is required to reduce that black smoke that comes out, and you're saying that in a complete shutdown, there is no steam injection.
Steam is under pressure, so I may have for a few moments enough steam to send to the flare. But if the duration of the outage is longer, I do not have enough steam to continue send to the flare. So yes, the end result will be a black smoke.
Okay, so how long, if you say you might have enough steam, how long does the
It depends
duration?
how quickly I can recover my steam system or how quickly I can limit what goes into the flare. So if I have a complete shutdown, as you can imagine, I have the entire refinery, all the equipment, I have to send that product somewhere, and that is my flare system.
So, and let me try to ask this question in a way that makes sense. Is there any technology of backup power that exists that can ensure that in a complete shutdown of electrical power, you could power up the steam creation, what have you, and injection to ensure that there's steam that can go to the flare?
If I understand you correctly, what you're asking, is there any way to continue generating steam while I lost power to the refinery? Did I get it right? Is that?
Yes, and not currently at this refinery, I'm talking about
We are
at all.
actually looking at that. Okay, we are considering that. We do not know if the technology is available, but we're looking at that to be able to continue to generate the steam even during a major outage of power.
Okay. Do you not know that because it's some new technology that doesn't exist, or do you not know that because you have not done the analysis?
We engage several experts, industry experts in that, trying to get their input if they are aware of anything. We are at the very early stages looking at the technology, or not even a technology, at that possibility.
So you don't know if there are other refineries who have come up with a way to handle that situation?
I have worked in several refineries. I'm unaware of any one of them able to do that.
I'm going to take a moment to look and see what other questions I have.
Doctor?
Okay, again, I am even more naive than her. How long from today, when do you project that the entire project will be completed if it went along smoothly? A reasonable number of years, months, days, hours?
I expect phase 1 to be done within 2.5 years or so, and that will deliver at least 50% benefit. The other 40% benefit for a total of 90%. I'm so sorry. The second phase, which will engage additional 40% for a total of 90% benefit, I expect it to be somewhere in the 7 to 8 years.
Okay. Now,
Beyond the 2.5?
No, the total will be somewhere in the 7 to 8 years, including the 2.5 unit.
Okay. So phase one will be underground, will be connecting to up above. So again, we have that vulnerability, although it's smaller.
Only
Is
at that contact point, that
Only-
connection, only in that connection, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're projecting it.
Oh, okay.
You're correct.
Okay. Now, so that's going to take 2.5 years. 2 years, 2.5 years. The level of backup that you have right now will not prevent a flare because it hasn't yet.
You're
Is that correct?
You're correct.
So the next 2.5 years, and maybe longer, we still have a major vulnerability because we still have an opportunity for damage to be made while, and even during the actual building of, construction of this.
You are correct.
And you're saying that there is no way that just sort of, you can't link a UPS directly to generate the steam to protect the hazards of the flare.
It is the amount of steam that I have to generate and the size of the UPS is so large that I cannot deliver it in time to be able to benefit from that.
Gotcha. And it's your contention that somewhere along the line, some form of UPS is going to evolve or will develop in the next 7 or 8 years, that when this thing is complete, maybe you'll have a more comprehensive way of preventing the inevitable flare that's going to happen. What I'm really concerned is that during this time, the community at large and your people are vulnerable to injury and illness.
Correct. Yeah.
And there's nothing that we can do temporarily to help prevent that by having some kind of a temporary existing system to operate in case of a shutdown. In other words, if, let's say, this whole the system is Part A, there's no temporary Part B that we could wheel in and have available standing, doing nothing, just waiting for that split second when something happens.
I wish there was. Even if you told me you can put any diesel generator you want, the time it takes for the diesel generator to ramp up and deliver the power is beyond that 7 or 8 cycles that I need. I need something really instantaneously, beyond any kind of time it takes to accelerate it.
The aerospace industry has that, doesn't it? Solid fuel.
They do, but they have much lower need or demand for that power. We're talking about 100 megawatt of power. That's enormous.
I understand.
The city of Long Beach is using 340 megawatt. It's a third of a city in one shot I needed within 7 to 8 cycles. Enormous power.
Wow. So I think it's fair to say to us, are you in effect saying to us that we're still vulnerable for almost a better part of a decade?
No, you're vulnerable probably for another couple of years.
But you
then
still have,
I still have some exposure, but I'm going to dramatically reduce it by at least 50% by the end of these 2.5 years.
now, are there anything that you can do to protect this? If there's anything that we can do to protect these outages, any current sort of off-the-shelf, any temporizing system that you could use to prevent the outages?
We're going to look at that. That's part of the of our engineering review of is there anything we can do in between now and the 2.5 years to be able to weather these events better. So we have several experts that are going to help us identify these potential interim solution until we implement the first phase. Yeah.
Okay.
The key here, and I'm not sure I have conveyed the message properly, is there are two ways to deal with these events. One is to prevent them from happening, and that's what I'm asking you to help me do, prevent these from happening in the first place. And the second one is dealing with the event after it happens. That's much more difficult to deal with after the event happened. Prevention is always much better solution than dealing with the outcome of the event.
I understand that. I understand that. Thank you.
Ms. Byrd, then Ms. Prusat.
I'm listening to, or I was listening to some of the numbers, and I just wanted to know if you could just capitalize the incentives that you have to get the system in place and get it in place as, expeditiously as you can. I understand that you said there's a cost of $10 million to make the changes, but can you?
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions.
I didn't say 10 million.
Oh.
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions. So.
Many millions.
Many, like 50 million?
I think it could be higher than that. But
okay.
I can't give you a number now.
Okay.
Because we haven't done any of the detailed engineering. I don't even know how many transformers I will need, how many cables. These are very big items.
Okay, well, I guess and I think the chairman was asking along these lines, and I just didn't get a good feel for it, but now I think I have a better feel for it. But you also said something, and I was writing at the time, equivalent to each event where there is a flaring, what is the cost to the company for that?
When there's a major flaring event, when we shut down, then again, it's in the millions.
Okay, so.
Depends how many days it takes us to recover and get it back in service. It's in millions.
Okay, so could you just give me an example, like for, maybe for the last shutdown in October, how much that cost the company?
I don't have that number. I can't give it to you, but again, I will tell you that probably more than several $1 million.
So I don't want to say it, but would you say then that you have a financial incentive to?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay.
But besides the financial incentive, this is good for everybody. This is good for the community, it's for our image, for our own people. It's good. By preventing these events from happening, we are dramatically improving everyone around us, including ourselves.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prusat.
Okay, I just, on the last point, originally I had written down that you had said each event would cost tens of millions. You're saying no, each event costs millions.
Tens of millions. No, are you talking about the event?
The event,
Or the project itself?
the event,
Event millions.
millions. Okay, so the project costs a lot more than
Tens
each
of
event.
millions.
Okay. So a little less to move quickly, but okay. Do flares require power to run?
Well, there is an electrical connection there that makes sure that there is a flame. It's like an igniter. But that can be dealt with the UPS because that's actually a smaller power supply. I don't need these 100 megawatt for that.
Okay, so the flare doesn't need nearly as much
That
as.
should not be a problem.
Okay.
And also, we want to make sure the flare is there operational when we lose the power. So you have to have its own utilities.
You mentioned that you're going to be looking into hydrogen being vented directly into the atmosphere. Did I understand that right?
Correct.
Is that in the stipulated order?
I don't think it's in the stipulated. This was just another item that I mentioned, what we're trying to do to reduce or minimize the flaring.
Okay. And that helps in the situation of a complete power loss?
Yeah, because I'm going to have a lot less gas going through my flare, so it'll be a lot less release. I'll have shorter and smaller flames, and for excuse me, and for shorter duration.
Okay. Would you be averse to that being part of? I'm not saying that it should or shouldn't. I'm just wondering why it isn't in the order.
My concern is I would not want to dilute an excellent, positive move that will benefit everybody with any other requirement, because I'm so focused on getting this executed that if it doesn't belong to in this stipulation, why to put it in?
Well, for the basic reason that it's going to take close to 10 years for the excellent prevention to take place, and there's a lot that could occur in that time.
And Ms. Prusak, if I just can jump in, this may be a question that would be appropriate for the district as well. Given that this is a stipulated order, they have their own views on, whether some of these things can or can't be added to the order. I think all Mr. Sneer can tell you is, this is what we intend to do. But given that is a stipulated order, I think it's important that the district at least get a chance to weigh in on whether they have any concerns with that. I mean, from
Well,
our side.
I will of course ask the district, but since I have Respondent on the stand right now, I'm going to ask Respondent whether that's, okay. So I have an idea that it's something that you intend to do. You're not necessarily averse to it. However,
Ms. Prusak?
yes.
If the district may interject, I'm sorry to go out of order here, but I think it would be very appropriate for the district just to weigh in on this. The facility, in fact, did propose including this in the order. It came to us in a stage where we were not able to come up to speed, identify its benefits, and understand its relationship to the narrow issue that we've identified in a timely manner in order to put it in the order with enforceable increments. So in fact, they did propose this to us. We were not prepared to include it.
Understood. Thank you.
Might this be something that might come back in a modification?
I think that's very much a possibility, sir.
Okay. Now, this is going to take a little understanding on my part, okay? I'm understanding that UPS systems are not a lot of power. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, for steam generation and injection to work during a complete shutdown, more than a UPS system is required. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, in fact, the plan is to investigate alternative backup sources of power for steam generation and injection. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that's not the only thing. We're looking at anything that's possible that will help us weather these outages,
Okay. But,
including UPS or any other system that may be viable for us.
okay. I don't think I saw that in the order. Are you understanding that that is in the order or not in the order? It is. Okay. Can you explain to me where, since the terminology may just be escaping me?
Doctor?
So it's on page 10.
Is this a critical utility system?
Okay. Under critical system, that's correct.
Okay. Can you, this is my question.
Now you can see that under AI, first one is steam.
Okay. Is there a possibility of prioritizing that, or everything that is included in the necessary generation, or is everything listed here what's required in the generation and injection of steam, or are there other things?
Well, I can't make steam without water. I can't make steam without power. I need instrument air to be able to control it. So all of these are absolutely necessary elements for me to be able to operate safely.
Okay, so everything listed in 4A is for steam generation and injection in the event of flaring, or are there other things?
And for other use as well.
Okay,
But
what do you?
among that is also for flaring.
Okay, so my question is, my concern is that there was thick black smoke that caused a nuisance that is problematic to the health and safety of people who work and live right in that area, and that should be a priority. Is there a way to prioritize that in this order so that it doesn't go 365 days before there's even an evaluation, and another 365 days before there is any implementation, so that the number one cause of any nuisance is taken care of on a much quicker time frame?
We may be able to prioritize. We're going to have to put some expert to look at that and see if we can prioritize it. But at the moment, I feel just about all of them are pretty critical for us to successfully sustain these events.
Can you explain, just give me one other example of what is on this list that is so critical that hasn't yet been taken care of at the refinery, because that's
It's
concerning.
not that it hasn't been taken care of, but it may not be able to survive a longer outage than 7 or 8 cycles of power loss. So I'm looking to see if any one of these motors, for example, can last a second instead of just 7 or 8 cycles. If I can get that, every time I increase the time that I can survive these events, I have a lesser chance to flare or have an event.
Okay.
So the equipment is already existing and it's in place. And I'm trying to understand, is there anything I can do with the existing equipment, either by supplementing it or by replacing it or modifying it so that I can sustain longer time of power outage?
Okay, but am I to understand this correctly? My understanding so far, based on what I've heard from all the testimony today, is that flaring with steam injection is not necessarily nearly as harmful to the environment, to health, as flaring without steam injection and black smoke that is registering very high on the Ringelmann chart.
That's what I heard. I'm not a health expert, so I can't really comment on it. We have a doctor, maybe he can give us an input. But
Okay.
in general, I imagine that without having that black smoke that may have drifted and then landed on someone's house, you have a lesser chance for some kind of health issue.
For example, there would be no order to stay indoors where they're not black smoke. Okay.
You are correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop my questioning here, but just suffice to say, I'd like to see if there's any way to prioritize that and really push it to the top, because I want to see that happening quickly.
Doctor?
Another naive question, I'm just sort of thinking out of the box, and that's when things get very naive from this point of view. Is there any way that independently you could have a continuous generation of steam that could be immediately transferred with an independent source of energy to generate the steam that could be transferred to the stack in the event of an outage? In other words, bring another power line in.
If I can do that, we're going to look at that, yes. That's one of the things we need to look at. Yeah. But keep in mind that that supplier of steam or power has to be nearly instantaneous.
But it would be continuous. All you would do is just flip a valve and up it goes into the stack.
If I can get to that situation, it's something we need to look at.
Now, let me ask you something even further. I mean, what they use in Teslas and the newer cars, that's instantaneous, isn't it? Once the chemical reaction occurs.
The reaction of hydrogen with
Yeah,
oxygen.
and producing electrical energy. Okay, I just wanted, that has no role in your system.
I don't know enough about these systems. I do not know if they can produce the volume. And keep in mind, when we talk about steam, we have different needs we have 1,200 pound steam, we have 450 pound steam. And so we have different steam pressures that operate different equipments.
I understand.
I'm sorry.
No, please, continue. I'm sorry.
So that means that that source of my steam has to be able to incorporate our existing system for each one of these different pressures.
Well, what I'm getting at is, if the steam is critical to the thing that most impacts your community, your employees, and the community at large, wouldn't it be advisable to get, and you know how much pressure you need of head of steam to put up the stack, that you just simply have a standalone, independently electrified or energized system that could instantaneously do this? It seems to me it's like having a second battery in a car, if one doesn't go, the other goes.
If I understand correctly, what you're saying, if I had an auxiliary
Exactly.
generator that I can simply divert to the flare, we are looking at that.
You are. You made me very happy. Thank you.
Senator?
Here's your name.
That's correct.
How long have you worked at the refinery?
How long?
Yes.
I have joined the refinery July 1st, 2016.
Did you look at some of the history of the problems at that site prior to your journey?
I did, especially on the electrical system. I looked at the last 5 years.
Okay, in terms of generating steam as an alternative to using electricity, can you use gas to generate steam as secondary?
We mostly use gas to generate steam.
Right, so if you use gas to generate steam, there's no reason why you could not inject steam into the flare.
Yeah, I have to be able to generate that steam, which I need water to be able to boil it, and that water has to be moved via a pump. And that pump is driven by a motor. I don't have power for that motor, I can't move the water, and I can't generate steam.
If you have standalone,
That's what we talked about. If
you have a reservoir of water, yes or no? You could.
Yes, yes. But
Okay, and with the gas on, you could generate steam using that without electric, is that correct?
no, I have to move the water from my reservoir, wherever it resides, from a tank, into my boiler or any steam generating equipment, and that requires a motor. That requires electricity to be able to move it from one place to another.
Okay, walk me through this again. Exhibit A, Exhibit B, from the standpoint of the downstream. Once the source of power from Edison is been made available,
Okay, thank you. So
once the source of power from Edison has been made available, you describe in Exhibit B what changes will be made at the facilities, at the site of the facility.
on our side,
Yeah, on your side.
So
Nothing to do with Edison.
nothing to do with Edison. So once the power comes into the refinery, into the switching station, we are delivering that voltage at 220,000 volts in an underground system all the way to my central substation. Right now, I have everything overhead, and I'm subject to weather conditions, balloons, animals, birds, and so forth. So the difference is that that power system is going to be all underground, where I'm not subject to any weather conditions.
It will be underground, is what you're saying.
It will be underground.
Today is above ground.
Correct. That's the key difference. That's a fundamental difference.
That's incumbent upon the facility to make that change. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so therefore, yeah, I heard you mention transformer.
Yes.
Are they above or below? They're above ground.
All our current transformers are above ground, open to the atmosphere.
Is it at your site, on your site, or before you
Both
get?
on our site and even on our site and even on the Edison site.
Which one is zapped? Was the one that zapped on your side or Edison's side?
Which one, I'm sorry?
Which one failed?
All of these most of these transformers, even on our side, belong to Edison. They own, operate, maintain these. But the problem was actually in the La Frisa substation, in the 66 kV system, where they transfer from 220 to 66 on what they call a bus. A bus is basically a place to connect different customers to that power system.
Okay, let me ask you one other question. You've been looking at some of the material presented by the district, Exhibit 6. It's a confidential declaration by Mr. Hunstein. Have you been meeting with him as well?
He's one of the individuals that we meet or met on a weekly basis, but I have not had a chance to read his write-up before this hearing.
On page 3 of his declaration, line 5, although he does not agree with certain statements in the proposed order. What statements is he talking about? You've been meeting with him, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, this is news to me. I'm sorry, this is news to me. I do not understand why he's not in agreement. My understanding is that SC is fully supportive of this initiative, of this project.
Doesn't seem to be.
So I can't answer for him why he stated this.
ask you another question.
I mean, he does say under line 6, the SC supports the 220 kV proposal as means of improving the reliability of electrical service to the refinery.
Sure, that's standard. That's, I understand that. That's why we're here. Okay? But the other problem that he has concerns with, that's, would be important for me to know. All right, I'm looking at the photo from exhibit presented by the district. Is that exhibit 6, is that? Okay, fine. See all that black smoke out there?
My eyes are not that good, but he's going to
Well,
show
yeah,
me.
you look at it over there. All right, fine.
Yes, I got it.
And I'm looking at exhibit 7, where they have the smoke chart. Smoke chart. Take a look at the smoke chart.
Yeah.
Okay, how would you rate that smoke,
Well,
the intensity of that smoke?
I'm not certified and trained to assess the opacity, so I really cannot answer that. It would
Well,
be-
he says that looks like a 5 to him, Mrs. Samamoto.
I think the testimony was up to 4, and I wondered why it wasn't 5, because it looked like 5 to me on the photograph, but the photograph does not necessarily reflect what a person sees out there.
Oh, it doesn't, 4 and 5 is both, it's pretty, both are real problem areas. And that photograph was taken at 7 a.m. Photo 1. 7 a.m. You said it took quite a bit of time to get steam generated to the extent where you could emit it into that black smoke.
What's the date on this one? That's October 11th, yes. Okay.
Right, November 11th,
That's when we lost the power for 26 minutes.
26 minutes. And when the power was on, within 26 minutes, were you able to generate steam?
So that's a very good question. As you can imagine, all the units that we have, including utilities, are interconnected. So although I have 1,400 motors that came down, I can't start all of them at once. I have to do it in a systematic way.
I understand.
Because the feedstock, I mean, the output of one unit is basically the feedstock for the next unit. So you have to do it in a very orderly manner. And some of the units produce steam, and some of the units use steam. So it's a very complex protocol how to start from complete shutdown, and that may take a little longer to generate sufficient steam to send to the flare.
Give me some estimate in terms of time.
I think it took us a couple days.
Couple days.
Couple days.
Before you could generate enough steam to emit into this
No,
black smoke.
I think the flaring,
Wait a
the
minute.
black smoke was much shorter. 3.5 hours. But the complete flaring, I believe, took 2.5, maybe 3 days.
Okay.
Right.
On photograph 2, steam is being emitted into this black smoke. And that's 50 minutes later on. See, it's getting not so black anymore. Photo 2. Didn't it say photo 2 here? Well, it's 7:50 a.m. is what the district gave us in terms of time. Same 10/11/2016, 7:50 a.m. And that's 50 minutes later.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, right, come on. That's what it says. So, within
The note that if you're asking about the steam, the note that I have for photo 2 is not enough steam there was not enough steam at that point to control the smoke.
but it was functioning. So therefore, 50 minutes later, not 2 days,
I believe the first picture does not have any steam going to the flare.
that is correct. And within 50 minutes thereafter, you had steam. Otherwise, it'd be all black smoke again.
Is this the second picture?
Yes.
To me, and I'm not trained in looking at these flares, even the second picture does not show at least sufficient steam going to the flare to be able to dissipate. There's no steam to it, right? No.
I've been told picture's worth 1,000 words. Maybe it doesn't mean that much anymore. And one day later, 2 days later, you're right, at 12:42 p.m., you've got sufficient steam to penetrate the black smoke, and black smoke doesn't exist anymore. Is it possible for you to, at some time, provide me or this hearing board with the reason why Mr. Neil Hunstein is reluctant or reticent in terms of endorsing the proposed order at this point in time?
I can ask him, but I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask him.
This hearing officer needs to know, so just do your best. Thank you.
Okay. I did have a short question. You told this board how the injection of steam reduces the smoke. Does it also reduce emissions of oxides of sulfur and VOCs?
Well, I think what it does, it maybe diffuses some of the concentration, but whatever is coming and being flared, you still have it, but you may have in a lesser concentration.
Okay.
Because you're basically diluting it with more steam.
Spreads out the smoke, so it's not as visible, but the same amount of particulate matter is still there. Okay.
One final question, sir. In your discussion early on at the very beginning, in my view, you're addressing Exhibit 12 presented by the district. Many of these, you went right down almost verbatim by item. And did you familiarize yourself with this exhibit sometime during lunch?
I think I saw that. Is that the refinery, basic refinery operation? Yes, I saw that.
Did you familiarize yourself with the points that they intended to raise?
I'm not that familiar with it, but I have seen it and I've gone through the slide.
Some of the topics that you talked about, like UPS and so on, how steam is generated and so on, and you addressed them already. So you probably, did you review it, this report?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen that exhibit, but I have not referenced that. And I'm familiar with refinery operation for 37 years.
So based on your experience, you
Correct.
were able to address some of these topics that's included in this report. Thank you, sir.
If there's no other questions, we'll take a recess. Did you have a question? No? Okay.
I just want to comment. I'm a fanatic about iPhones. I don't think we can compare the densities of those. I looked at those two pictures. They're photographed differently, and they were photographed under different light conditions. Between 7 and 7:50, there's a tremendous amount of light coming up because the sun is shining much more highly, and so that you can't really compare the smoke from those two photographs at 7 o'clock and at 7:50. That's all I want to say. It's
And
not a
they-
fair, it's a real comparison, but it's not a fair one.
And they are pictures of an instant in time. Ms. Prusek?
I just wanted to say that the evidence on the record was that it took about 3.5 hours for the steam injection to work correctly. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a recess. Mr. McDonough, before we do, are we now going back to the district for the district's witness after?
That's my understanding.
And how many more witnesses does the district have? Just one. Mr. McDonough, this witness, your last one?
This is our last one.
Okay. All right. We'll reconvene at 10 minutes to 3. We're back on the record. While we're waiting for Dr. Lerner, there's a couple of items that I'd like to apprise the parties about. I'm not sure that we'll be able to finish today. The board adjourns at 4. Not all of the board members are able to stay beyond that. So to have a complete board deliberate on this, we may need to continue to tomorrow. But with respect to the proposed order, on page 7, looks like line 17, item 1, it says, respondent shall meet the following increments of progress. The first one doesn't have a date. Increments of progress have a date, and so this probably should come out from under there and be placed elsewhere. Likewise, on the next page, item 1D, that doesn't have a date. Increments of progress have a date by which they're supposed to be done. So that too might be moved to someplace else in the order. Also, the next paragraph, paragraph 2, which starts between lines 5 and 6, the items below that don't seem to be in the same tense. I think perhaps you look at the language of that and maybe need to smooth that out a bit. And that's assuming we have to continue till tomorrow. We're back off the record and we're waiting for Dr. Lerner. Oh, here he comes.
Mr. Chair, when we get back on the record, we'll have...
We are on the record now.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Before we start again, I might make just one housekeeping request, and that is our Exhibit B. Madam Clerk tells me that's not yet in evidence, so we would move that into evidence now without objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit B is in evidence, and Senator had another question for your witness. Senator?
Yeah, one final question.
There was no objection on the B.
Do you produce diesel fuel at that facility?
I'm sorry?
Do you produce diesel fuel at that facility?
Yes, we do.
Low sulfur?
I believe it's low sulfur, yes.
Okay. You impress me as being very proactive. And my question therefore would be, as a backup, no power is available, you can use a diesel generator to pump the water and steam and so on, to eject steam into the black smoke area. You could do that, right?
I could. There are a couple of issues with that. The first one, these are all new emissions. I would have to get a permit for that. The second, these diesel generator would have to go into operation within the 7 to 8 cycle, and that's extremely short time for them to get going and get to the speed to generate the power.
Well, if you get some steam in there in less than 2 days, it should be beneficial, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
Well, of course. So, if you get a tier 4 generator, it'd be smooth sailing. That's what AF Resources Board approved already. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but yeah, you're correct. If I had the diesel generator and I could get the power, I would definitely shorten the time that it takes me to, provide I can produce enough steam and power to get my steam system going. That's correct.
Being proactive as I think you are, that is another alternative to cure that part of the problem right away.
That will definitely help. I don't know if it will cure the whole problem, but it will definitely be a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Sue?
Before you start with your next witness, Mr. Massasour, I'd like to ask him a question. He left? No, he's here.
Are you asking the district to recall its inspector?
Yes.
We can recall the witness after we finish with our expert, if
Just
that's...
one quick question, it takes 30 seconds.
You're asking us to go out of order and recall a witness before we put our case in chief on?
Your witness, he's already testified.
Correct.
I'm going to ask him one question about the photograph, and it'll be over and done with.
One question.
Yes. Now, you heard the discussion with Doctor regarding the photograph.
Yes,
Said, your camera, your cell phone
yes.
may be providing misleading information. So that might be the case. Or you took this photograph, both of them, right?
Yes, the criteria requires us to be 3 times the stack height away from the source, and also the sun needs to be to our back, so we make maximum use of lighting in those situations.
Maximum use of lighting. With your naked eye, did you see what's appeared in this photograph? With your naked eye, and that nothing obscured about it?
No, I was able to see fairly clearly from my vantage point.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
That was more than one question.
May I proceed? We have here Mr. Glenn Jenkins. Mr. Glenn Jenkins, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Mr. Glyn Jenkins, GLYN Jenkins.
And did you take the oath this morning?
I did.
And has the district hired you as its consultant in this matter?
They have.
And could you briefly describe your understanding of the objectives for which you were hired?
It was to overview the incident that occurred at the refinery and assist with the writing of the order based on a site visit and document review.
Okay. And before I ask you questions about the Torrance refinery, let's talk briefly about your educational and employment background. Please state what degrees, if any, you earned after high school.
I have a Bachelor of Sciences with honours in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. I have a Master's with distinction in Electrical Power Distribution.
And if you could turn to Exhibit 11, it appears to be your CV. Does the CV accurately summarize your educational and employment experience?
It does.
And how many years of experience do you have as a refinery engineer?
I have 17 years.
And from 2004 to 2011, you worked at Chevron's Pembroke refinery, correct?
That is correct.
And could you please state your responsibilities during that period of time?
The roles and responsibilities that I had at the Pembroke refinery were wide and varied, mainly towards reliability and engineering. I was seconded a number of times to the US to assist with the Chevron family of refineries here. I've taken part in a number of investigations and implemented the findings from those investigations throughout the US.
So I see from January 2007, you were in El Segundo. Could you describe what you were doing in El Segundo?
Yeah, it was an electrical transient fault, which is a short-term fault. It was an internal fault, it wasn't the external grid, so we had to conduct a full-scale investigation because it led to the shutdown of the refinery. We came up with some recommendations, and those recommendations were implemented, and also the findings were shared throughout the Chevron refinery family, and those improvements were made globally.
Okay. And just from 2010 to 2011, it says you were the electrical reliability plant engineer at the Pembroke refinery?
Yeah, so that was looking at reliability, how to make improvements across the refinery, not just an individual refinery, but there was a big sharing and cross-fertilization of information within that company. So if we made an improvement at Pembroke, it got shared throughout the organisation.
And so the work you described thus far is at existing refineries. Do you also have experience with constructing a facility?
I do. I was the area lead electrical engineer in Kazakhstan for Tengiz Chevroil. It's part of Chevron, and it's a joint venture with the Kazakh government. And I was in charge of the electrical front-end engineering and detailed design moving into construction.
So I know some of your work has not been based in the U.S. How comfortable are you with American engineering and electrical standards?
Extremely. Most of my oil and gas experience has evolved from American standards, so I am au fait with them.
And Mr. Jenkins has prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I know some of that has been covered already by prior testimony. If it would be all right with the board, if there's no objection, he can go through some of the slides that have yet to be covered.
Fine.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. President and members of the board, I'll try and keep this as quick as I possibly can because I know a lot of it has already been covered. Bar pressure. So these are definitions and terms that you're going to be seeing in the order. Bar pressure. Well, a bar is a unit of pressure, and it's basically 1 atmosphere, and it's pushing down on us right now. And it's 14.7 pounds per square inch. Mean time between failure. Now, this is how frequently an asset fails. I always use the analogy of a person who owns a motor vehicle. If you own a motor vehicle and it fails every 6 months, it fails 6 months, you get it repaired. You run it again, it fails every 6 months. You're able to do a very simple calculation and work out the mean time between failure. Mean time to repair. So that's how long it's going to take to actually conduct the repair to your motor vehicle. If you do it yourself, it may take you a little bit longer than if you took it to a garage. And again, it's just purely a mathematical calculation. Electrical modelling. Now, this isn't where an electrical engineer stands up and does catalogue poses for you. It is a computer-based program which allows the electrical engineer to develop what is in essence a map of the electrical network. They're able to then run scenarios on that electrical model. And the scenarios are generally related to the equipment and personal safety, so that you're not overstressing the equipment during a fault condition. And also it can conduct a reliability assessment, taking into account the mean time between failures and the mean time to repair. Now, a SPOF, or single point of failure, okay? This is, and I'll go back to the car analogy for you. It is the fuel in your tank. Once you run out of the fuel, your car stops, and it's a single point of failure because you don't have a backup or reserve fuel supply. So, any questions on that?
Are you aware that in the stipulated order of abatement, the terms of the definition of these terms are included in terms of reliability? Reliability assessment.
Yes.
Is not part of the stipulated order of abatement.
It is. It is part of the order. Yeah, it's for the respondent to conduct a reliability assessment on the new electrical distribution network.
To your knowledge, the respondents, do they have a reliability program in effect at this time?
Currently, at the moment, are you talking about towards the new proposed 220 kV network?
Any reliability program, mean time to failure, mean time to repair, et cetera, et cetera.
I would, I would expect, and after meeting with a number of the individuals from the refinery, I do believe that they do have a reliability program.
Senator, at this point, the witness went through the terms and their definitions for us and asked us if we had any questions on those terms and the definitions. I think perhaps we should wait until he gets into the meat of his testimony, and then we can ask questions. Okay?
I thought that was the meat. Anyway,
That was just...
Carry on, carry on.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think you've heard how important steam is to the refinery over the course of today, so I'm not going to dwell on this matter. However, steam, and here is a picture of a typical steam boiler, okay, so just so that you understand very quickly, it's a kettle, okay? You put a heat source in, which in this case is a flame, which, if my pointer will work, is there. The heat radiates out from that flame and heats the water within these tubes, and hence you produce steam. It's one of the oldest forms of energy generation there is to man. So boiler force draft. So to ensure that that flame burns cleanly and efficiently, you have to ensure that it is oxygenated. The oxygen is controlled. And that is done via force draft fans. Again, you've heard throughout the course of today how important boiler feed water is to a system, to a steam system. And without a boiler feed water system, you can't produce steam. Instrument A. So instrument A is a relatively complex element. So it takes into account a number of things. I'll give you a very quick analogy. If you're driving a car, you are monitoring instrumentation. You are monitoring your miles per hour, your rev counter, your battery charge, your temperature gauge, and you are in control of that car. You can make that car accelerate or slow down by the use of the pedals. Now, you are, in effect, the process operator of that vehicle. You control its speed and its stopping capabilities. Now, instrument A replaces the human being. It is used on an oil refinery to open and close control valves, which in turn allows the flow of process through a pipe or to reduce it. So it's critical to have a good, clean, dry instrument A system available. Nitrogen generation. Nitrogen is an inert gas. It is extremely useful on an oil refinery for making certain areas, particularly vessels, pipes and hoses, safe, because you displace the hydrocarbon and the potentially flammable environment. We've had a lot of discussion today about flare quenching. As you can see, there's 3 flare stacks in this slide. The middle one, there's no steam. The flare stack on the left, the picture isn't very good, I must apologise, but on my copy there is a plume there and it's got insufficient steam. And the right-hand column, or flare stack, has the correct amount of steam. So you have dirty, clean, and a medium flame, and a medium clean flame. Flare drum systems. Now, we've all heard about the pressurization within the oil refinery. It needs to be vented to flare to reduce pressure and things. However, when you release pressure, you also move liquid into the flare system. And that liquid needs to be captured. If it isn't captured and drained away, it will actually fill the flare stack, and you will have liquid hydrocarbons coming out of the top of the flare stack. So here's your flare knockout drum, and the oil or the hydrocarbons need to be removed. So fire, water and alkylation unit deluge system. We're here in this big room. We have sprinkler systems all the way around. An oil refinery is no different. It requires a fire water system that is suitable to fight fire within the process units. And if there is a HF or alkylation unit release, that it deluges the plant to make it safer. Again, uninterruptible power supplies. We've heard a lot about these today. So an uninterruptible power supply does not supply the entire refinery. It will only supply specific items of equipment that are deemed critical. And it doesn't last forever. It only has a finite life. So I will just quickly talk you through how it works. You have AC supply coming in through here, alternating current. It's what comes out of the plug tops on the wall. It's then converted by rectification to DC, direct current. And that is battery voltage. From the rectifier, it charges these battery banks. And the DC is then converted back into AC and then out to the piece of equipment. Now, in the event of a failure, the batteries take over because there is no AC or alternating current coming into the system. The battery supplies up through there, through the inverter system, and then out to the critical pieces of equipment only. And it will only last for a finite time. So there's the sources of the pictures that I've used during this presentation. I know it was very quick, but I hope it cleared up some issues and facts for you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, did you assist the district in formulating the proposed order?
I did.
And did you review documents to assist in formulating this proposed order?
I did.
And what type of documents have you looked at?
I've looked at a number of documents. I've looked at the refinery single line diagrams, which is the map that I discussed earlier, the electrical map. I've reviewed maintenance documents of actual maintenance that has been conducted, and I've also reviewed a number of refinery standards.
Okay, and did you perform any site visits?
I did.
And where did you visit?
So it was a 2-day visit on the 31st of January and the 1st of February. The first day was a presentation from the refinery and SCE regarding their proposed 220 kV improvements. I also visited the Lafrasia substation where the incident occurred. I visited the Mobile and Compress substation and the T-point at the 220 kV where the intended connection is going to be made for the new electrical distribution network.
And did you also visit places within the refinery?
Yes, I went to a number of the UPS systems that they have on the refinery, and I also visited the control room and spoke with a process operator regarding the operation of a number of pieces of equipment.
So other than the process operator, have you spoken to any other refinery employees?
I have. I've spoken to the electrical consultants that the refinery employs. I've spoken to a number of staff members, I&E reliability engineers, and I&E maintenance supervisors.
And what does INE stand for?
Oh, sorry, instrument and electrical.
Okay, and what was the substance of those conversations?
Regarding the proposed 220 kV network and what is currently installed across the refinery.
Okay, and did you observe any interactions between Edison and the refinery?
I have.
And how would you describe their working relationship?
I believe they have a good working relationship. As from my own experience with working with utilities, I believe it to be substantial.
Okay, and let's look at the proposed order. Let's look at page 7, paragraph 1B. It talks about modeling. Could you please describe the purpose of this provision?
So as described during the presentation, an electrical model should be conducted on the proposed new network. This would assure the district that the proposal is feasible and it does add reliability to the refinery.
Okay, now looking at the next subsection, subsection C, could you tell us the purpose of this provision?
So as part of the modelling that can be conducted, so you can see the SKM and ETAP, they are modelling softwares. What would need to be done is a reliability assessment of this new proposed system. And the model allows it using, will conduct it using known data on certain types of transformers, switchgears, cables. They're already out on the marketplace. They're already suffering failures or not. And that data is very often is given to these modelling companies for inclusion into their software. And therefore it allows the electrical engineers to conduct the mean time to repair and the mean time between failure assessments.
And now let's look at paragraph 3 on page 9. It talks about evaluation of safety critical devices and to determine which critical devices rely on electrical power and need UPS backup. Could you describe the purpose of this provision?
Yeah, so across the refinery there are a number of safety devices. There's safety instrumented systems, which is an automated shutdown function. Now, an assessment needs to be conducted across the refinery to make sure that all of them have been captured, so that in another event like this, they are at least known and connected to a UPS.
Okay. And have you led an evaluation of safety critical devices at other refineries?
I have.
And based on your experience to do a thorough evaluation, approximately how long would it take to do such an evaluation?
So a very conservative time frame of a year.
Okay. And why does it take a year to perform this evaluation?
Okay, so taking into account, let's say, control valves, the asset that can allow product to flow through pipelines. A general oil refinery will have 15,000 control valves, 20,000 instruments. We are talking mammoth figures. So it takes time to evaluate each asset, each instrument or control valve. And that's why I deem 365 days to be fair.
Okay. And have you led the construction and installation of a UPS backup system?
I have.
And how long does that generally take?
The longest, so when you place the order, the longest lead time item is the batteries. And that is open to the vendor. But usually 120 days, 6 months is a fair figure.
Okay. And that's to receive the batteries from the
vendor? Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah.
And could you describe what a UPS backup system looks like for people who may not be aware?
So, yeah, a UPS system is a room filled with car batteries and an electrical panel. And that is what a UPS system looks like. It's just lots and lots of batteries with an electrical control panel.
Okay. And turning to paragraph 4 of the proposed order, it's on page 10. It provides for the evaluation of critical utility systems, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And the critical utility systems have been listed below.
Great. And I know Ms. Prusak and Dr. Lerner had expressed some concerns with the steam for the flare. Does anything in the proposed order address that concern?
Yeah, point AI, steam systems. Well, actually it's AI, AII, boiler feed water systems, and AIII, point 3.
Okay, and could you describe briefly how those 3 items work together?
So, to produce steam, you need boiler feed water, point 2. To control the boiler and the boiler management system, because the boiler will have to have its own safety functions, you would also need instrument A, even if it's just the flow of boiler feed water. So you would need instrument A systems to that boiler.
And have you led an evaluation of critical utility systems at other refineries?
I have.
And based on your experience, to do a thorough evaluation, approximately how long would it take to do such an evaluation?
Again, because this is such a mammoth undertaking, I would say 365 days, 1 year.
And why does it take so long?
It's just because of the complexity of evaluating what is actually required in the event of an emergency. How is gas going to supply this boiler? How is the boiler feed water system going to operate? So I would say a year, because they generally have to design the system.
Okay, and have you led the construction and installation of upgrades of critical utility systems?
I have, yes.
And how long would it take to construct and install upgrades to a utility system?
So, depending on the findings of the evaluation, I would say a year, up to a year.
Okay, and moving to paragraph 5, we've asked the refinery to demonstrate over the period of 6 months that the UPS systems are currently operable and maintained properly, correct?
Correct.
And do you think 6 months period of time is the appropriate length of time for this evaluation?
I do.
Okay. Based on your experience, do you believe the actions required by this proposed order would improve the electrical reliability within the Torrance refinery?
I do.
And would it improve the overall refinery flaring issues?
It would.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions?
No further questions.
Mr. McDonough?
No questions from us.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins, let's start with page 9, paragraph 3. You testified, I believe, that it's your view that 365 days would be appropriate to conduct and complete an evaluation of the safety critical devices that are not hooked up to the UPS.
That is correct.
Okay. How much resource did you take into consideration? Well, let me ask it another way. Did you make that determination based on existing resources available or that the respondent has at this time?
So this is a judgment call by myself and the respondent. I don't know what resources that the refinery has available. However, there would be a minimum set of resources required to do this evaluation. Operations engineers, process operators, instrument engineers, electrical engineers. So you're looking at a minimum of 4 people. If you think there's 10,000 or 20,000 instruments across that refinery, To do it in 365 days would take a minimum of 10 people.
And like most problems, some problems you can resolve sooner by throwing more staff or resources at them. Others just take
Time.
whatever it takes and it doesn't make any difference. It seems like this is one of those things where additional resources could shorten that period of time.
So you have to be very careful about bringing in extra resource. The people that you would expect to conduct these evaluations would have to have refinery-specific knowledge. You wouldn't be able to, or it's less likely for you to be able to take an engineer off the job market that's never worked at this refinery and say, this is what I need you to do. There is always a learning curve with bringing in new resource.
But are there not a number of contracting firms that are brought in for various purposes at refineries, such as a turnaround at a refinery, where I believe that they bring in a large number of trained people to do the work?
So a turnaround period within a refinery is very, very different to, or even conducting engineering work, design of process plants, is very different to conducting an evaluation of the current assets and how it operates.
So you believe that there is not in the local area or in the state of California or in this country available resources that can be brought to bear to shorten this period of time?
I would say that in this country and probably in this state, you could probably find a few companies that would be able to assist.
Thank you. Board members? Doctor?
The question I have is very straightforward, but it's probably more complicated because I don't understand it completely. Can these analyses, the critical view of these points that you've enumerated, can they be done simultaneously with several groups start to put this thing together so that they will all be working? So we're not talking about Group A, then another Group B, another Group C, then we're talking about 3 years. Are we talking, can different groups start to approach their problems?
Yes, they can
simultaneously.
They can be done in parallel with each other for as long as they have a very, very close working relationship.
Okay. But the nidus of this group, these three groups or several groups, would actually come from within the company, and then you might have to bring other people in to help. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prusak, then Senator.
In your experience, are other refineries this dependent upon outside power, electrical supply?
Yes,
Okay.
they are dependent on outside electrical power. However, some refineries have better resilience to the loss of power.
That was my next question. And what do you mean by better resilience?
So in the event of a power failure, they don't lose steam generation, so that they continue producing steam, which runs some steam turbines instead of an electric motor. They're continuously quenching the flare system, so you don't see the black smoke.
And let me stop you. How do they do that?
There's a number of different methods of doing it, and I believe that the order captures the majority of the improvements required.
Can you point those out?
So it's page 10, and it's line 20 down to 28.
Mm-hmm. So but that's an evaluation. My question is more, well, a number of questions. First of all, what specific methods are used that could be used here to ensure that those critical utility systems continue in power outages?
You can have a number of standby systems, which could be diesel operated. However, here in California, there is strict emissions targets. Would you keep them operating full time, or would you leave them shut down and only start them in the event of a power outage? And as the respondent's witness said, there will be a delay if it's diesel driven to the start time. But however, the response time is shorter than waiting for you to bring up your processes again.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry. So having an emergency sort of diesel system that can generate steam, that time of starting and becoming operable is shorter than starting your fixed refinery asset.
Okay. And is that generally the way that other refineries, in your experience, handle this, is with backup generators?
Steam generators, not electricity generators.
Backup steam, so standby, when you say standby generators, you mean standby steam generators, but they run on diesel?
Yes.
Okay. You have experience in El Segundo refinery, is
yes.
that? Okay. What is the method there? Is there one?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. Okay. Apologies.
And in your, if you know the answer to this question, would it take 365 days to investigate the possibility of standby steam generators or some other backup type of critical system?
So it's all dependent on the refinery setup, how the refinery is operated, pipelines, etc. It isn't a very quick process, because if you install a new piece of equipment into a refinery, you have to not only apply for permitry, but you also need to conduct hazardous area assessments, layers of protection. There is additional management of changes that need to be conducted, and that can take time.
In your experience, are these kinds of investigations or evaluations of critical utility system backup done prior to either the construction of a refinery or at some critical point before there's significant problems?
So in my experience, oil refineries will only react post-incident.
Okay. Fair enough.
Could you repeat that, please?
that oil refineries will only react post-incident.
Thank you.
One other question, because I was sort of thrown by this answer of a separate witness. But okay, so if there is steam injection into a flare, the overall emissions from the flare are the same? They're just dispersed differently?
So what actually happens is steam allows the flare to burn more efficiently. Injecting steam improves the efficiency of the burn of the flame. Therefore, the same particles, the same gas makeup is still being burnt. However, it's being burnt more efficiently.
So what does that mean for example, for exposure to nearby residents or workers?
So you get less fallout, you get less black carbon smoke. So you get less unburnt residue.
Less concentration or less mass?
It would be the same mass, but it would be less of free concentrate.
I don't quite understand that, but that's probably why.
What it means is the total amount is the same, but it's just spread out.
Yes.
So does that mean, okay, so the total amount is the same, but it's spread out more, which means that each individual who is exposed to a lesser extent?
Not in that method. So what it is, you have X volume of gas travelling through your flare tip. Without steam, you may only burn 95% of that volume completely. Hence, you'll get fallout, the black smoke. With steam, the efficiency improves to near 98%, which means a greater volume of particles are burned away more efficiently.
Okay. And so ultimately, that means less exposure?
Yes.
Okay. Less particles to be breathed
Correct.
into the lungs? Okay, thank you. Really had to understand that.
We have 20 minutes left, so I'm going to give you a few questions and save them to tomorrow. You started your education back in 1992, 1993.
That's correct.
And you are a registered international professional engineer.
That is correct.
And you've been performing these services since 2005?
No, so I was a staff employee up until 2013.
2013?
Yep. And I joined a Kazakhstan project up until 2015, and then I became my own independent consultant.
So have you been a consultant for any refinery before?
I've undertaken similar duties for refineries, yes.
If someone asks you to come, some refinery says, come testify at a certain hearing, would you appear?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fine. Let me respond to something you said earlier, that in terms of having a reliability, a professional engineer in the United States may not be that familiar with the refineries. I think you said something to that effect.
I don't remember saying that.
You raised the question whether or not they would be available to perform a reliability study at that refinery.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Can you please repeat that? Sorry.
Senator, are you referring to that line of questioning
Yes.
about whether or not we could bring additional resources in, and that additional resource would need to have familiarity with the refinery?
That's right.
Okay,
He said he didn't think so.
So generally, when you do an evaluation of this type, you use your current resource. They know the refinery. It's usually more expedient to use your own resource. However, if you do decide to take in additional resource, there's a learning curve. And you don't know how good the records are in that said refinery.
You're supporting the stipulated order of abatement, which suggests that they should have a reliability program. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's
correct. You are doing that. And so therefore, you have to have some engineers who are competent in the area of reliability assessment.
That's correct, and the refinery does have a reliability engineer.
Before the explosion? Before the problems, the more recent problem in 2016, to your knowledge?
Only from what I've heard today,
The explosion was not in 2016.
the respondent, what was your start date? I don't know.
To your knowledge, is there a reliability program in effect at the refinery as we speak?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
No, I didn't remove the answer.
Yes, there is.
There is. Okay, now, what will the reliability engineer look for in terms of specs on components or devices, however you want to refer to them as, in order to determine overall assessment of the facility?
So you would be looking for your mean time between failures. So you'd carry out a criticality assessment. How critical that piece of equipment is to a process unit. Is it a single point of failure? How often does it fail between turnarounds? Is it classed a bad actor? Does it, is its failure rate higher than the rest of the population of that same asset across the refinery?
In that assessment, would you be evaluating the specification of the component or device whatever you,
Yes.
the subsystem, you would be doing that.
Yes.
So in order to come up with a total assessment in terms of life, mean time to failure, mean time to repair of the overall equipment, correct?
Correct.
But you also talked about the UPS system with the batteries in which, what is that for? Would they generate steam, sufficient steam in order to reduce?
So a UPS supply doesn't actually produce steam, it only produces electricity to supply critical or identified critical equipment across the refinery.
For what purpose?
Such as the control screens that the operators sit at, certain instrumentation within the field, so that the process control operator knows what is happening on his process plant.
What would the electricity be used for? Maybe to generate steam, maybe?
No, there wouldn't be sufficient electricity from a UPS system to produce steam unless a super UPS was to be installed.
Why is it that a critical device for this purpose that we're talking about today? Why is that UPS system, that battery operated, critical for the purpose for which we have in a discussion today on the 220 volts coming in?
It's two separate items. There's the 220 kV supply, and then there's the emergency UPS supply that is available for use for a limited amount of time on a limited number of small pieces of equipment. So it is two separate, distinct items. You need reliability from your supply. If that does fail, you need reliability from your emergency backup.
This is a good time to, did you have one question? One.
Yeah. You mentioned a super UPS. Does that exist?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That was one by my count. Okay.
Since we only have you as our expert, and you say that a year is not unreasonable, I think your testimony was also that to bring in other people, there's such a learning curve. Is that just, are you saying then that, in your opinion, that bringing in others because there's a learning curve is not going to increase or decrease the amount of time that might be necessary?
So if the respondent has an engineering company that is available with experience of the refinery, that learning curve will be less. Hence, you get more beneficial work out of the contractor.
It just sounds like you're saying that you can't get less than 365 days, even if you bring in additional people to do more work, because the learning curve is so great that then those people would not come up to speed.
It's not just the learning curve of the people, it's the volume. Now, I don't, you can do anything you want in 30 days if you put enough resources to it and enough money. So you would need an army of 1,000 engineers working on it to get through it in 30 days. If you wanted to do it in 6 months, you'd need 200 engineers, just because of the volume of equipment that the refinery has.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Before we decide when to continue this to, I think we need to talk about this board's expectations. One thing I would like to see is some polishing of the language in the Exhibit 1. I'm not talking about changing the substance, but simply polishing the language. The other thing that I would like to see, and that might take more time, and that is another look to see if there are areas that can be, where the time can be shortened to make an appreciable difference as far as completion of the project. I think this witness, his opinion was based on existing resources. It's sometimes possible to move resources within an organization and to bring in other resources in place of the ones you've moved who have the proper expertise. Sometimes it's just possible to bring in additional knowledgeable resources. I do believe that some of these items can be shortened in time. What I do not know is the cost of that and the benefit in time in terms of the time shortened. It may be that you can throw a lot to it and maybe just benefit a few days, or with not much more, you can benefit quite a bit more. So I think that the dates that are in Exhibit 1, I think they can be, at least they deserve another look. And that might take a few days, Ms. Brusette.
And if I could, I'd like to add, I'd like a consideration of the possibility of prioritizing the steam generation and injection system in terms of backup. And if that can't be done or shouldn't be done, an explanation of why, because a year is a very long time to wait, given the number of outages just in the last few months and the exceptionally short amount of time before there's a complete shutdown.
Yeah, we also need to keep in mind that there is an incentive for the respondent. Each day that there's an outage, if it is sufficient, it can cost them quite a bit. So I think to wait a couple of days to get some better information might be quite worthwhile. With that in mind, Ms. Sue, what would you propose as a continued date?
Chairman Camarena, are there further questions for this witness at this time? Well, the reason we're asking is you may have noticed from Mr. Jenkins' charming accent, he is not American, and he leaves the country on Friday, so we have him available tomorrow. Other than that, it will have to be another trip, which of course the district can accommodate. But I want to highlight this. I'm very concerned with the request that you're making. I feel like this expert actually just addressed many of the timelines, and both parties considered these timelines quite carefully before presenting them to you. So the idea, if we just took another look, we might be able to tighten things up. I feel like that has been addressed on the record, including the tabletop drill, which is the one area where you did hear some testimony from the district's inspector that maybe that could be truncated somewhat. So in terms of timelines, if that's what you're looking for, I think many of those conversations have already been held, and you've heard testimony on that. So I'm sharing this information to manage your expectations. We came to this board with an order we thought was tight and appropriate, and that did the necessary and appropriate analyses in order for the district to evaluate the current 220 kV proposal and to force the refinery to evaluate anything else that can be done in the meantime. That said, we have constraints with our experts' availability.
Okay. As usual, the district does an excellent job of pushing hard in getting stipulations before us. But sometimes as during the process of thinking about it and asking questions, sometimes it appears that, hey, there might be an opportunity for some improvement. If that improvement is just gaining us a day on a project that's going to take several years, it's not worth it. But if another look will gain us a significant amount of time, then it is worth it. Ms. Brusette?
I just wanted to understand fully, Ms. Manwaring, if the prioritization also is something that has been considered and reconsidered, or is...
We're still open. Our case has not been submitted. If that's a question you want to direct to Mr. Jenkins right now, I think that would be quite appropriate.
Okay. I thought I had. Well, did I? Maybe
It
it's
was
late
a
in the
suggestion
day.
you made while Mr. Sneer was the witness, I believe.
Okay. Understanding now that it seems that it is a benefit to have that steam injection backup, understanding from your testimony that that there are generators that are used elsewhere, understanding it may be more of a consideration with California. Does it make sense, or is it possible to prioritize I guess it's little I, double I, and triple I first, so that it possibly could be done well before 365 days, well before a year?
You could prioritize the first 3 bullet points. In fact, you'd need to prioritize number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 5.
Okay. And in your estimation, would that make sense overall in terms of reliability for flaring and reducing emissions in the event of a complete loss of power?
Yes.
Okay.
However, let me just say, for safety, item number 6. So if you were to put a priority on things, are you going to do it regarding process or safety? Because to be fair, they're all just as important as each other.
Okay. So it doesn't make sense in your mind?
No, they should be worked on in parallel, in tandem.
Okay. And take 365?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
What's the board's pleasure then? Come back tomorrow and finish up? Or take some more time? Ms. Bird?
I would go with tomorrow.
Ms. Doctor?
Definitely tomorrow.
Friday. So Friday.
Ms. Prusane?
Certainly tomorrow, so that we don't have to fly Mr. Jenkins back.
Okay. The vice chair and the chair have a 9:30 meeting that will last maybe an hour, hour and a half. How about 11 o'clock? Okay. That acceptable to the parties? Mr. McDonough?
I'm getting head nods, so I think it's going to be workable. Yes.
Okay. We'll continue this matter till tomorrow at 11 a.m.
And Chairman, if the district may inquire, what is the official posture of the proceeding right now?
The official posture is looking at the language, see if you can polish it. Ms. Brusek, what about the priorities?
I think my question has been answered, and I think it needs to stand as it is.
Convince me tomorrow that you can't squeeze the donut anymore. That's sufficient?
Mr. Jenkins will consider himself to be still the current witness to address these issues.
Okay. Very good. That event, we are continued to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.